Currencies are jumping rapidly every day. Have cryptocurrencies overcome their childhood illnesses? These questions and more will be answered on this conference. Please, yes, come in, take your seats. Hello once again, good morning. Now, I invite our three organizers who made all of this possible. First, Boris Vujicic. Please, one applause for him.
Good morning, everybody. I think we're still settling down, so there's some people coming in, I think, in this conference room and the other. Before we start and before I give the floor to my co-organizers, I would like to take the moment to remember the tragic events which happened in Belgrade, Serbia yesterday, where when a 13-year-old boy took a gun from his father and killed his 8 classmates and the security guard in the school as a complete, probably misinterpretation of reality, whatever was happening in this young child's head. Tragic event, and when things like this happen, we can do nothing but pause, think for those who were affected, imagine ourselves as parents and as cousins and relatives, how it might have impacted us, and we need to think what we as a society and individuals can do for this not to happen. So to honor the victims, I ask you to kindly to stand up and honor a moment of silence. May they rest in peace. So proceeding with our program, I just want to say that we as business leaders, as we define and build solutions that have to do with AI, with the metaverse, with gaming, with all these digital kind of content and issues, we should not forget that we're creating a new reality for new generations, for children who are on the other side of the screen. So we are in a way, co-creating their future. So let's keep this in mind, and let's keep in mind some of the main values that we have: our family, our children, the close ones, and the young generations who are actually having an impact with everything that we do. Thank you very much.
Dejan Tešić, could you come forward, please?
Hello everyone and welcome. Malo bliže, da. I'm not experienced with this kind of stuff. Okay, well, unfortunately we had to start with this tragic news, but that's how life goes these days, and the world is obviously in a serious turmoil. It was only 30 years ago, basically 30th April of 1993 was a keystone where for the first time World Wide Web was made public by CERN Institute, and left the labs and came into public by scientists of CERN Institute who have first described that. It was only 30 years ago where these economies which we are speaking about today were literally non-existent. And now internet businesses and digital businesses accounts for $6.5 trillion and are taking about 20% of gross retail sales. This is tremendous difference, and economies which were literally not present in our lives before are now something that is really happening. So the exchange of immaterial goods of different nature are taking like 70% of all the transactions that are happening over the internet these days. And these are the things we have gathered to discuss here. This is what we wanted to achieve with this conference by creating a platform of regional leaders and professionals who can give their valuable insights, thoughts about our common future, about what we as professionals, as leaders in our industries could do, and how we can jointly build a better future for the new generations and for our children. You know, having in mind all the dangers, all the ethical things that are emerging from these technologies and everything that is happening around, so to make the world a better place and a safer place for everyone. We thank you all for gathering here. We believe we have carefully selected all the speakers here. All these people have really material insights to share. And I think whatever you have the opportunity to hear and to talk with the peers at the conference stream or around will be value for everyone. Thank you all. Thank you for Umag municipality first, who has always supported us from the very beginning. We also thank representatives from the Chambers of Commerce of Croatia and Serbia as well. All sponsors, all the participants, let us have a productive work, and looking forward for the final thoughts and new gatherings. Thank you.
And last but not least, Zoran Torovica.
Hello everybody. I'm very happy that you are here and that we share these moments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, please, big applause for those three organizers who made all of this possible. Thank you very much. Now I invite Mr. Tomislav Radoš, Vice President of Croatian Chamber of Commerce, to greet all present. Yes, of course, one applause for him too.
Hello, Croatian Chamber of Economy, not Commerce, but okay, maybe we can discuss about it later. So first I would like to thank organizing committee for this opportunity to speak on the beginning of this summit. I'm here instead of Mr. President Luka Barilovic, President of Croatian Chamber of Economy, and because of that I must read what he wants to say. So, these past few years have been marked by several unforeseen events. Thankfully, we have also witnessed a dynamic recovery in Croatian case supported of the EU joining the Schengen area and Eurozone and reflected in the rising export. What lies ahead? How can we be ready for this scenario? Some of the changes are already on their way and some of them are right around the corner. I'm talking about ever-present AI, of course. The Croatian Chamber of Economy has an important role to lead our companies through these changes. And that requires us to begin the work by changing ourselves. The Croatian Chamber of Economy has laid a strong foundation for the change ahead. Thanks to the Digital Chamber, we are among the first digital institution in Croatia with more than 60,000 registered users. On the one hand, we have digitalized our internal process and services. On the other hand, we have personalized members' access through modern tools and e-service tailored to them. We are also working on an online education platform, Masterclass. Our member companies and their employees have experienced a substantial change on how they acquire knowledge. And we will provide them with top experts and consultants, assist them through the process. In other words, we will continue to work on improving business processes so that we can perform our fundamental task. And that is advocating and promoting the interest of the Croatian economy at home and abroad as efficiently as possible. One of the most important aspects of digital transformation is changing the organization culture. I'm talking about a culture that includes constant questioning of the status quo, experimenting, and even accepting failure as an inevitable part of the process of learning, growing, and developing. And in the end, I would also like to take this opportunity to invite everyone here to accept this approach to embrace change. I wish you all a great conference and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also invite Mr. Milovan Popovic, Director of the Tourist Community of Umag, to send his greetings. Hello once again.
Hello everyone. Let's hear some Croatian first. Dobar dan svima. Drago mi je da vas vidim u velikom broju. Prenosim vam pozdrave gradonačelnika grada Umaga, gospodina Vilija Basaneza, koji nažalost danas nije mogao biti tu. I naravno pozdravljam vas u ime grada i turističke zajednice grada Umaga. Nadam se da ćete u ovih nekoliko dana uspjeti uživati i vidjeti barem dijelić Istre, ja bih neskromno rekao najboljeg dijela Istre, sjeverozapadne Istre, da ćete uživati u vinima, najboljim maslinovim uljima i naravno ribi i našoj hrani. Thank you everyone for coming. Welcome to Umag. I wish you a pleasant stay and a great conference. Thank you. Hvala.
To sum it up, he said also about the wines and great food he hopes that you will experience at the highest level. And I also have to mention our partners, sponsors and supporters who held this conference to be one of the most attractive, unique and on highest level. Shopster, TheExpressCake.com, Chameleon Solutions, Coca-Cola, Ananas, Sex Express, Dineco, Monrien, Chipcard by Payton, All Secure, MNI System Group, Pop-Up, MaxBet, ECD, M1, Milchpet Group, LinPay, Ilbe Studio, MBE, M+, Joberty, Eurogroup Consulting, Cube Team, Haiku, and of course, once again, Kempinski Adriatic Savudria and Kempinski Palace Porto Roche. Thank you very much. Please, again, one applause. We will start. And our first topic today, Mr. Mario Henjak, President of Management Board Gorenjska Banka, will tell us about 7 steps to digital transformation. Let's greet him with applause. Enjoy.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Disregard digital transformation. I'm very happy to see you live, right? And among really a lot of old and new faces in my life in this region. So good to have you here all. First of all, let me thanks to the organizer on behalf of MK Group. We are hosting you here in one of our most beautiful hotel and resorts in the region. Also, on behalf of Gorenjska Banka as a financial institution within MK Group in Slovenia, thank you for inviting me and allowing me to present basically what we did and how we are facing this digital transformation of our financial institutions. Nevertheless, I mean, the digital transformation is basically our reality. In all our institutions, in our life, we have to change. Even if we don't want to, basically competitors and the customer expectation drives you to basically transform yourself. So basically what we did in Gorenjska Banka in a few years now, basically we transformed the whole organization. And those are the basically 7 steps which we are facing on that journey. And I believe you are all familiar with these steps. And in my presentation, I will go deep in every step of this transformation, sharing with you all our basically challenges in each steps. Of course, our journey, like all other journeys, start with why, right? I said before, even if you don't want to change, you have to change because of the environment. And as smarter people than me said, once, I think it was Mr. Einstein, he said it's stupid to expect that the same people doing the same way or same process will basically reach different results, right? So basically, you have to change everything. You have to have courage to change people, to touch the process, and to go even beyond customer expectation. So when we talk about why, it's clearly that basically every transformation, even digital, starts with people, right? So in every organization, you have to define basically capable leaders who will run a company through this transformation. And it's not only CEOs or board members. It's basically across the organization, people who are in charge in the process. From we were today in check-in. So it's extremely important how basically a lady on reception is accepting and adopting new technology, all the way up to the, let's say, CEO of this hotel, right? Then the second layer, what we have working is basically empowering employees. Yes, of course, digital transformation is important, but our challenge was basically to come in front of every single employees and that they are willing to accept this basically change. And then you will see also, I'm really happy that Janko is with us today. You will see later on our case with the Lean Pay, basically how you are engaging your customers. And it's nothing wrong that you engage your customers or partners at the beginning of the process, right? No one was born with a PhD, right? So on this learning curve and transformation, as earlier you involve customers or clients or partners, you will be more success in the future. The second is basically important question is how, right? I touched it a little bit before, but to underline once again this corporate and cultural change, right? So, okay, maybe this is, so when we are talking about corporate vision and corporate values, right? We have I was working the whole my life in the financial industries with the two largest international group who are present in our region. And introducing corporate values can come from the top to down or bottom up. Right? And usually if you are working in the large organization, I saw this Coca-Cola, for example, they have everything in place and they said, this is our value, this is our vision, you have to perform according to these values, right? And you put it from top to down. And basically, in most of the cases, if your employees, your customers, and your leaders who are responsible for transformation of the company, if they are honest to you, they will say this is bullshit, right? So basically, we make turnaround. Every employees of the bank, of the group, we are around 500 people in Slovenia, was involved in building up new vision of Gorenjska Banka. Right? So really bottom-up approach. And what was the funny things when basically you executed the first few rounds of this, let's say, talks like what we are talking today, then some of the people think, okay, can we leave now? Can we just go to work, our regular job? Are we finished with that? And this is the second challenge, to really what we as a group define as our corporate values, how to basically implement it in the daily life, right? So we simply defined so-called ambassadors for the values. And literally last 2 years, every week, every month, we as organization have to do something to promote or to preserve or to boost our corporate values. So basically, if you are not able to change culture in the institutions, if you are not able to define basically new values in order to digital transform your attitude, your behavior, you will fail. So these intangible things that you are in the group who are not afraid to take risks, who are not afraid to go in some territory outside the box, let's put this way, right? You will fail, right? So these challenges, I think, and you will see later on in some cases, I think it was fun. It was not easy, but I think we success. Then, of course, goes without saying that basically you need flexible IT platform. Basically, you know, banking IT platforms are everything then flexible. You know, it's very old, very banks are not investing too much money in the core, but basically clients and partners like LeanPay, for example, forced you to basically change this paradigm. One of my previous bosses a few years ago said, the bank is the IT company with the banking license. Who does not understand this will be somehow swiped from the market. But of course, what we find interesting is basically setting up this digital layer as a middleman between front end and back end. I think most of you are aware of what I'm saying. So basically, the idea was to create in real-time communication between your back and front. Because at the end of the day, banks are sitting on the data, and how efficient you are to using this data, you are efficient of the bank. And this comes to the second of my part regarding IT is the basically CRM business platform. I think also Tomislav or some of his colleagues are here from the inside. So basically, we managed to, every bank is doing the same. Every bank is basically talking how to employ the data. But the fact is that employing the data, you have basically to go beyond customer expectation. So it's very simple. First, you need to understand what is behavior of each and every of your client. And then basically, you know, 10% of the banking clients, but I think it's all other industry, so those who are working in the retail, 10% is affluent segment. And everyone is taking care about this affluent segment. But this is not relevant. The point is so that each and every client, for example, of this hotel, is feeling that it's affluent, right? So each and every mass client who enters to the branch had to have service like he's affluent. And you cannot do it without digging of the data and to quality to understand the data. So you have to understand each and every client, their behavior. You have to mapping to the same or similar group of the customers and try to predict what he wants to have. And this so-called best next product becomes somehow differentiation of the banks who are smartly using CRM tools and data analytics and those who are not, right? It's, you know, we are talking about 50% conversion rate plus. to the clients, when you approach to the point of contact, that's not necessarily branch. Point of contact today is ATM machine. Point of contact today is your mobile phone, right? And when you receive the message, dear Tomislav, for example, we have for you, I don't know, credit card, this and this, right? And basically, 50% of the people accept this offer because it's a smart provided of the data, right? So when I'm talking about the process, right, it's a funny thing because we start to digitalize process in the most difficult and most challenging part of the bank, which is leasing. Because leasing is a B2B and parallel B2C business model. B2B between leasing company and the car dealers, and B2C between you who are entering to the car store and the dealer, right? So it was funny to achieve such a result. We literally start from the scratch, and due to the digital fully end-to-end process, we reached 35% market share of the used car in Slovenia. And digital process is one thing, but willingness of the people to transfer the leasing as such was impressive, right? And it's not easy to reach 35% of the market, disregard how Slovenia is, for example, small market, right? So it's funny because all the competitors are trying to copy the model, but when you are the first and when you have motivated people to further improve the process, basically you reach achievement. Then when we talk about, I will talk in a second about our factoring business, we also start from the scratch in the moment where in the region we have the biggest fraud in the factoring business in the world. In Europe for sure, maybe in the world, right? So we start factoring business fully digitalized, only on a, let's say, real basis. And our focus was not digital transformation per se, but our focus was to go beyond customer expectation. So you as an exporter in Slovenia, you want to cash in advance.
I'm sorry, we'll have to wrap it up.
Yes. Hello, and ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to Balun Hall. We have our program and we are here for sure. We finished with the officially opening ceremony, and at this beautiful Hotel Kempinski we gathered the second time to make up experiences, learn and hear about the latest trends in the field of e-commerce, which is the theme of the whole conference. My name is Boban Spasovic. I'm the director and editor-in-chief of Diplomacy and Commerce magazine and The Economist, world head magazine here in Croatia, and I will be your host today in this hall. Before we start, I just want to inform you that we have a gala dinner tonight from 8 p.m. and if you want to sign up, you can go upstairs and put you on the list for sure. We start with the first topic here in Balun Hall. We called it Safer Data for Safer World. What does that mean and how to get to the safer world knows Bogdan Viher, Global Channel Director of HYCU, and Jelena Radojčić, Channel Account Manager at HYCU. Please.
Hello. So it's pronounced haiku. No problem. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining today's session, Safer Data for Safer World. At Haiku, our mission is to build safer world. So today we will give you a background how we're up. Okay. Yeah. So today we will give you a background how we are doing it in why is that more important than it's ever been, and how we are doing it, how we are solving these challenges, and business outcomes that we can help you achieve. So data protection world has changed a lot, and with increasing of ransomware attacks, we see that they're increasing both in frequency and severity. I'm not sure if you're aware that one ransomware attack happens every 11 seconds. So every 11 seconds, there is somebody that has impacted by a ransomware attack. And the downtime of one successful ransomware attack is more than 20 days. But for businesses, what we see is very important to know the impact of these ransomware attacks. Based on the research that was done last year, we came to a number of the average cost of one ransomware attack was more than $4 million. So somebody had to pay $4 million to get their data back. Yeah. So, but ransomware attacks are not the only things that are threatening your data today. There are also some human error. There are some like natural disasters and etc. Whatever, but all of these are causing downtime that is very expensive and business critical for your companies, right? So why these ransomware attacks are so successful? Exactly because more than 70% of business data, business critical data, is not protected. But let's see why is this happening, why these business critical data they're not protected. We can just go through the evolution of IT and find out how 20 years ago life was simple. So we had everything on premise, easy for IT organization to monitor, to protect. Everything was visible, and for them, easy to maintain, right? 10 years ago, we see public cloud are coming on the scene, as well as few SaaS applications. Still, the situation is not that complicated, right? So, but 5 years ago, things starting to be a bit tricky. So we are seeing on-premise like decreasing, and on the scene we see platform as a service showing up in DBS. So and few other SaaS applications. But what's going on today? Today we see SaaS application explosion. So, and because of this SaaS application explosion, the regular data, like I would say, like average data of one company resides on 200 different places. So, and it's okay. Data can be anywhere, right? But are you sure that your data is protected? Well, let me share with you one scary information about these attacks that happened last year. More than half of these attacks that happened last year actually came through this SaaS application. And the success rate was 15%, more than 50%. So the business industry, like data protection industry, are today facing with two big challenges. The first challenge is lack of visibility. So we are all aware that IT has a full control and visibility of these three tiers. But when it comes to SaaS application, the situation is different. SaaS application, the visibility is limited, or there is no visibility at all. So what does it mean? It means that your IT organization are really not aware of every SaaS application that you are using or your employees are using currently in your company. And this is a business critical. You will say by the slide you saw how often happens ransomware attack through SaaS application. And then we have lack of ability to protect data. Even if you're IT has a full visibility of all of these, of all environment and all applications and all data that is residing on these platforms. Is there ability for them to save, to protect this data? Unfortunately not. Okay, back. So actually there is a myth behind this data protection of SaaS application. They say the vendor is actually protecting their data by default. So if they sell you a SaaS application, they have your data protected, and in the case of any disaster, you can recover this data very fast. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So in most cases, these vendors, or some, or I think maybe all of them, actually have this shared responsibility model in place with you. So what does this mean? Means that data is your responsibility. So when it comes to any type of disaster, cyber attacks, and so ever, it's your responsibility to have this data protected. So I would say that this is something where we came in the scene, and we faced already these challenges. So that's why we came with a solution called Haiku Protégé. Haiku Protégé is a data protection platform that is providing a simple, actually we are providing a simple data protection with equivalent level of support, data backup and recovery support across on-prem, public cloud and SaaS workloads. And Haiku is currently the fastest growing leader in the backup as a service industry. And just don't take our words for it. As you can see, we have a strong financial backing from a capital venture firms and industry-leading SaaS applications that actually SaaS firms that actually truly believe in our platform and our strategy direction. Currently on the market, we have the highest NPS score. It's more than 90. And it comes from these 3,600 customers that we have worldwide from 75 countries. So Haiku Protégé simply is a SaaS platform on which you can have, depends on the use case in data protection, you can have backup and recovery by all other use cases, right, in the data protection. You can have backup and recovery, ransomware protection, cost-effective disaster recovery for both hybrid and multi-cloud world, as well meeting security and compliance criteria with data mobility and migration. Also including automated discovery of application. With our Haiku Protégé, we addressed both of the challenges that currently data protection is facing. So I'll give now word to Bogdan to tell us how we are solving these current challenges.
Thank you, Jelena.
Thank you.
So as we have seen, the key challenge is that the modern applications are typically built across three technology pillars, you could call them, right? One is infrastructure, and we know you can have infrastructure on-premise, it can run in cloud. It can also be running as a SaaS application out there. Then you have applications and databases, right, that run typically on your infrastructure. And then there is the third pillar, and this is the most critical pillar lately, where a lot of data is sitting in SaaS applications or platform as a service resources. And there is no easy way to protect that data because that data is considered like a black box. You really don't have access to it in a traditional way because vendors are encapsulating those resources and protecting them themselves. So it's not easy to access that. But how do you actually go and protect that data? That's the key challenge here. And we believe that backup industry does not have a good answer to that. So how do we solve this data protection gap is the big question. And we have been working on this for the last 2 years as a company. This was one of the key challenges we wanted to resolve, and we came up with solutions to the two key challenges that Jelena has just presented, which is lack of visibility and lack of ability to protect data. So, if you consider this new modern application stack that all of us, when we modernize, more or less start to use, right? If you think HubSpot is a typical SaaS application. Salesforce, I see Salesforce is going to be used today as part of the presentation, is also a SaaS application. So, and there are, as Jelena said, more than 200 SaaS applications mid-sized companies are using today, and none of that data is protected, right? Everybody thinks, well, vendor is protecting it for us, right? But it's not the case. So, how do we first give you visibility where your data is sitting across the entire application stack that you're using? So we have, over the last 2 years, we were thinking very hard how to deliver the capability around that, and we came across the idea that we simply need to be able to easily visualize for information security officers, for example, where that data is sitting. So which departments are accessing which parts of the internal or external environment, SaaS applications, for example, and by allowing you to have this visibility where data is sitting, regardless of on-prem, in the cloud, or in SaaS, you actually get full visibility of that. So that's step one. But then information security officers also need to know, hey, am I protecting this data? Am I compliant in terms of our data protection policies or not? And that's the second part. We are also attaching these indicators, whether you're protecting or not certain elements of your application stack with adequate data protection policies, right? So this is what we call R graph. We kind of use letter R as a synonym for resilience. So this is the first part of the solution, right? Give IT and information security officers visibility where data is sitting and whether it's protected or not. So now they can start making informed decisions and decide, okay, I need absolutely protected this and that. This is not so critical because it's not production, things like that, right? So this is a good starting point. But then the second is, once you understand where your data is sitting, how can you go about protecting it? And this is a much bigger challenge because the entire data protection industry, if you look at any backup vendor out there, not just us, but anybody across the Gartner Magic Quadrant, nobody actually has a universal solution for that until now. So we have been thinking long and hard, how do we go about this problem? Because the entire data protection industry, would you believe me if I told you that they protect less than 10 SaaS applications across the whole Gartner Magic Quadrant? So if you look at the most popular backup vendors that you probably know about, if you count the number of SaaS applications they protect combined together, it's less than 10. And there are 17,000 in US alone. I believe 30,000 SaaS applications globally. There is simply no way the data protection industry will ever catch up with this explosion of SaaS and allow you, right, to evolve your digital commerce platforms the way you want to. So obviously there has to be a better way, and that's the second capability we have now just released, which we kind of call our cloud, but it's really a way to not be alone in this battle to deliver SaaS data protection, but to open up our platform for external integration so that a SaaS vendor can decide, hey, I want to build a cool module for data protection platform that Heiko has delivered for my SaaS applications. We will develop those modules. Anybody out there can develop those modules, and then we are going to be able to certify those modules and publish them in what we call Heiko Marketplace. So if you are a company who, in first step, discovers, well, I'm using across my company 50 SaaS applications, I want to protect these 25 because they're absolutely critical, you just go to the marketplace and you do, select, subscribe to the ones you want to protect, and basically you're done in 15 minutes, right? So that's really the secret and the way how to move forward with this SaaS explosion that we are really seeing today. And if you ask a question like what you should be doing today, you are obviously on a digital commerce modernization path, and you always have to be thinking about data protection, because what we hear a lot is, we are never going to be attacked, right? But hope is not the strategy, right? If you hope you will not be attacked, that's probably a very false hope. It's really more a question of when you're going to attack, not if. You really, when you go on the path of digital commerce modernization, you have to be thinking about how am I going to protect my data. It has to be your central thought about everything you do, because the slightest security gap you will leave open, somebody will take advantage of, and your whole business can crush together, right? So it's just not something you want to expose yourself to. And then after you've done that, you also need to start planning. Okay, when I get attacked, not if. When I get attacked, what is my response going to be, right? How am I going to solve this? You need to have these disaster ransom recovery plans, and you need to exercise them constantly. And then the third one, and really the last, is practice, 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 right? Your IT teams need to also implement those plans and practice in their execution. And then things they learn, they need to feed back and improve those plans, so that when this happens, you are easily recovering in, let's say, 1 or 2 hours, and your company just continues to function, right? So the downtime is minimal, and you successfully go through this, unfortunately, very big challenge that the whole industry is facing. So that's from us today. Hope it was information.
Very much. Maybe some questions? Okay, thank you. For the next 20 minutes, we will find out how to successfully implement a Salesforce CRM solution in your company, an example of marketing automation, case study, Generali Insurance Serbia, Igor Jovanovski, co-founder and CEO at Chameleon Solutions, and Jelena Jugovic, data scientist at Generali Insurance Serbia, will tell us more about that. Thank you. One microphone.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming here. I hope this presentation will be beneficial for you after we present some use case and speak a little bit about data. Let's start with small chameleon that helps a big lion, Generali. You know who is Generali in Serbia, but I don't know how many of you knows what is Chameleon. Chameleon is Salesforce partner for 5 years. Last year we become also MuleSoft partner for integration. And this is Chameleon solution in numbers, founded 5 years ago. Customer satisfaction score on Salesforce website is 4.9 of 5. We have more than, now we have for more than 90 certificates, Salesforce certificates in our portfolio, and we finished more than 45 projects of Salesforce implementation in the last 5 years. Now we have 3 branch offices or headquarters in Belgrade, but we have operations in Lagos, in Nigeria, and in Amman, Jordan, and from next month we will open in office in Zagreb in Croatia. And let's start with challenges in digital transformation in small and medium enterprises or large companies. So if you see on the screen, you see what are the main challenges in, let's say, two different type of companies, but every company has a problem with, or challenges with, data management. And that's will be my topic today. And after that, Jelena will present you challenges that they have during the implementation of a CRM solution in Generali. This is one example of that company works online, and have two brand web shops. corporate website and loyalty program. In this case, if I'm a consumer, I bought once on first web shop with one of my accounts. Second purchase was anonymous, but I need to fill out some data in order to get delivery on my address. Also on the second web shop, I put also different data than the others. I put my data in corporate website when I sign up for newsletter or something like that. And I have a loyalty card with also different data. And every company who has different source of truth about the customer has challenges to identify what is the unique customer. And if you do manual consolidation in BI tools, you will get some kind of data, but you don't have everything in place because you have different constants for every my purchase, for example, because I put my first email with constant that you can send me some promo materials on that mail, but I didn't approve that you can send me via SMS or Viber or WhatsApp. So that is very challenging, and also the purchases that I made are different, and that those purchases can be combined. For example, if I'm buying through website and I can use loyalty, is it loyalty purchase or website purchase? No, it's combined, but you need to see that purchase in different way and how to monitor that purchase and how to segment, to create a proper segment for marketing campaigns, for example. And what we learned about, what we can learn about this situation, do we know who is our customer? Not really. But after, if you want to implement Salesforce in a proper way, or CRM or any other CRM solution, you need to pass through the duplication process in your customer, and we developed the strategy, define methodology, develop the logic, and test the logic. So you can see my customer profile, for example. You see all my emails, you see which company I presented, my all phone numbers that I put into the system on different silos, different type of addresses, loyalty, and consolidated consent, because we can consolidate all constants you gave to us into one big constant. And our goal was that we need to have less than 0.1 duplicates at the end. And what was the results? In retail industry, we fill out that goal. So on more than 4 million contacts, we have less than 0.1 duplicates. In insurance company, for example, in Generali, we have less than 0.01 duplicates because it's regulated and they use ID, personal ID, or YMBG or OIB. Different countries have different personal ID. So that's the thing, and different industries will also have different goals for that deduplication process. Those are benefits when you implement CRM. I don't want to read it, and I leave Jelena to speak a little bit about the challenges in Generali.
Thank you. As Igor said, my name is Jelena. I'm data scientist in Generali, Serbia, but I'm here to present our Salesforce implementation, as I was project manager on that project. We in Generali have a strategy that says not only to put customer in center of everything that we do, but we want to become their lifetime partner. easier said than done. We have the idea how we want to achieve it, but let's say that we think that digital transformation is the engine that accelerates us in our ambition of becoming our lifetime partner to our customers. The right way to do it, as we see it, is by being agile organization, putting focus on customer relationship management, while leveraging on innovation, smart automation, data, and artificial intelligence. Having in mind our strategy, customers, digital transformation, we wanted to change our perspective a bit. We understand that our agents are the people who communicate with our customers the most and who know what their problems are, what their needs are, why they're doing something, why they're not doing something. And we decided that we want to see how we can support our agents on their path of digital transformation. We had the idea to see all the challenges that our agents are facing on their daily basis. So, of course, is their life without challenges? No. The result of our analysis was a list of challenges that they're facing day to day. Some of which were, they had a lot of repetitive activities, manual activities. They had the inability to find some information because they were scattered all around the system, and they had some missed opportunities due to lack of organization, or let's say different ways of organizations throughout different teams. But we didn't get only the list of challenges, we also got clear vision of what we as a business need. We needed new tool for our agents. We needed tool that would improve their efficiency and profitability and productivity, something that would help them maximize the potential of our leads, but also of our existing customer portfolio, and of course something that will eventually increase customer but also employee satisfaction and increase business revenue and profitability. We wanted that tool to be something like their digital assistant, something that they can carry with themselves wherever they go, so they had to be available on their smart devices, but it also had to have all the information they need and also had to be integrated with the applications that they use on their daily basis. When we connected all the dots, the solution was clear: we needed CRM software. We decided to go all in. We opted for Salesforce as they are the best on the market. Our adventure started in 2020. That is when we initiated our project and had two big decisions. First was vendor selection. As I said, we decided to go with Salesforce, but the other decision that we had to make was selection of our system integrator. That is a very important decision because you're not choosing just system integrator, you're choosing partner on a strategically important path. So your system integrator should be someone who understands your needs, your values, and also vision. And I'm happy to say that we chose Chameleon because they really immeasurably contributed to our success story. We started at the time to apply for regulatory approvals. Why am I emphasizing that? Having in mind that we are a financial institution and also first financial institution in Serbia to implement Salesforce, we had quite a few regulatory obstacles along the way. I will just say that we waited for approval from our data commissioner for 6 whole months. But we decided to choose that time wisely and wanted to prepare for our implementation. We did a lot of workshops with our sales agents, with our back office employees. We mapped out processes that should be implemented, mapped out applications that needed to be integrated, and also put focus on data modeling. Luckily that we were ready when we got all the approvals necessary, because then we had yet another challenge on our way. Generali made a strategic decision in bringing back part of contact center that was outsourced. That meant we needed to recruit a whole new team, we needed to make procedures and processes out of scratch, and also we needed to provide those people with new tools. We decided that our operators, the same as our agents, are people who communicate with our customers the most, and that they should have new, modern, intuitive tool. So we decided to expand our project scope at that moment. Not only will we implement Sales Cloud for our agents, but we will also implement Service Cloud for our contact center. We led this project in 2 streams. One was agent transformation, the other one was contact center transformation, and that one was in 2 phases. First phase was for the new part of contact center and new people, but we had second phase that was actually migration of our existing contact center and processes to Service Cloud. I'm really proud to say that we achieved in all that in last year, that we had medical center up and running, that first sales agent started using Salesforce, and also that we successfully migrated our contact center to Service Cloud. And I believe we did that, of course, by having an extraordinary team. It's always about the people, but also by being prepared, by having the right vision, knowing what we wanted to achieve, and also not being afraid of change. We were very agile throughout the whole process implementation. 38 of us did a lot throughout these more than 850 days of project, and thanks to the immense help of one and only Chameleon, we already see many benefits that Salesforce brought to us, or maybe better said, that Salesforce helped us achieve. I will just name a few. Our agents and operators have all information in one place now, and they're able to have personalized approach to the customer. Our customers can get the same information whether they call their own agent, whether they go into our branch office, or they call contact center. We're already noting increase in lead conversion, cross-sell index, and data collection. What is also important is that Salesforce helps us quickly identify pain points and where we need to put our focus on. And we also have already a clear vision of our next step, and that is we will implement yet another Salesforce module, and that is Marketing Cloud, and I will leave it up to Igor to let you know how that looks like.
Thank you. This is the part of marketing personalization, so if you want, you can scan this QR code or enter Chameleon solution that cross /Adria Summit 93. You will get some web form on the right screen that you can see. If you fill out the form, you will receive an email from Maja Karanovic from email maya@chameleonsolutions.com, and this is the how we can collect directly information in Salesforce and which automation is beyond that automation. For example, if you put your data based on some data, system will send you different type of email, and based on your behavior after that, because you will receive an email, if you click directly in email, system will know what you decide and what is your decision in that email. So based on that, system will update your personal information into the system. So you don't need to fill out form once again on website, so you just need to answer that email and click save, and system will know that that it's you and update your profile. So you don't need to use every time web form to update your profile. System will update through email. And thank you. And what we are Chameleon and Generali, and yes, we love animals.
Obviously.
Maybe some questions? Here.
I think we have a couple of minutes, right? So
Yes, you're sure.
When you made the decision for Salesforce, was there any impact in kind of group level? Is group using some solutions? Were you able, as Serbia, to make your own decision, etc.?
Yes. Actually, we had a dilemma internally and locally, but then we talked to a group who was in process of making global framework agreements. So yes, the group chose Salesforce as group solution. So let's say we had some benefits thanks to that.
Okay. Maybe more? No, thank you for all useful information you gave to us. To add to the topic, we talk how to transform data to money, e-commerce optimization for Deleze, Serbia. In the next 20 minutes, Marijana Agić-Molnar, co-founder and CEO of DataDo, and Goran Tintor, co-founder and business development at DataDo, will talk about that. Please.
Thank you. Može, ja ću da počnem.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan. Samo da vidimo. Dobro. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for coming on this panel. Unfortunately, we're not able to dive maybe in the sea, but let's dive into data-driven business, which is a base for a digital transformation talked about here. Yeah. So we cooperate with our client Ahold Delhaize Serbia for many years, and in this specific project, we help them to optimize e-commerce assortment, to improve certain KPIs, to make some savings, and overall actually to be better than competition. And actually the most important thing here is to say that actually this is a purely customer-centric project here to make a better offer for their customers. Ahold Delhaize is, or Delhaize Serbia, Ahold Delhaize is one of the biggest retailers in the world. In Serbia, certainly the biggest retailer, with 4 banners, with more than 500 stores, and the biggest e-commerce retailer in Serbia. Data-Do is a team of professionals who are in the data-driven business for more than 20 years, and we combine expertise in knowing markets and the customers, and combine that with complex analytics to transform data to insights, and then insights into the money. So we start with the challenge. There are 2 actually important things to say. The first one on the left side is actually that retailers and e-commerce retailers facing today many challenges because there are so many products in the offer. There are very complex logistics, very expensive logistics, and there are not enough people to handle this. Yeah? On the right side, the other side of the challenge, the other side of the coin is a very demanding consumer who wants everything now, who wants everything to be personalized, who needs and asks for convenience, but when they go to online to buy something, imagine yourself also, they are finding thousands of goods, and it's not easy to choose among that. So the 2, let's say, most important things and starting points for thinking a discussion is that retailers are trying to decrease costs and to increase actually their presence and to increase market share.
Just to add a little bit on challenges and business goals. You know, you have to understand the context of e-commerce growth. You know, with the corona and everything, e-commerce started to grow significantly. And you know, in brick and mortar business, e-commerce, you know, like it was more like an image project. And nobody was taking care a lot about the costs until business started to grow significantly. Then everybody was focused on profit. Do we earn enough money, and how much really do we earn? Is it bring us a value in e-commerce? So we get a client invited us and they say, look guys, we have to do something with our primary targets. We have to settle bottom line. We need to reduce costs because we started to be challenged about the low profitability in commerce business. So we need to reduce costs. Please help us because we have very wide assortment. You know, retailers were traditionally just copying brick and mortar assortment into e-commerce business. So it's really very easy. What you have in offline, you just sell it online. It should be very easy. But actually, with Corona, they started, first of all, to challenge, to face really huge challenges in supply chains. How to have all the products in the store and to be able to sell them the moment when customer orders it. And it became really a huge challenge. Besides, you know, it's truly very expensive to have a wide assortment. And of course, that was the challenge even in Serbia these days, and it still is, how to find people that would actually pick the products instead of all of you. Who is going into the store, you know, taking the product and putting it into some sort of basket and bring it to you. So it was really a huge challenge to find those simple pickers that are picking the products instead of you within a sort of warehouse or dark store and name it. So primary targets for our clients, look, guys, help us with these challenges. We need to reduce costs and to stay relevant to our customers. And the secondary targets we had is like, look guys, we have a dark assortment, we packed our products, which are, let's say, most frequent products that are bought. We need to repack this because we need to make this picking personnel more efficient. And of course, we need we have to do it through data. And last but not least, let's learn something on the way. Can we learn something about our customers from the data we share with you? And we had one very important task, okay, optimize the assortment, meaning reduce it, but we don't want to lose a single penny. We want to keep our revenue constant, and there is no discussion to lose the money on the way if you reduce the assortment. So do what you do, but no, don't lose money. And the second task, also very important, is, look guys, we want to keep being shopper-centric. What does it mean? It's very easy if you have a wide assortment and just take X and then cut a long tail. It's very easy, but it's really a stupid business decision because you can and you will definitely annoy your customers. Even if some products are not bought frequently, but they can and they are, it happens, they are very important for your customers. So don't lose customers. That was a demand of our client. And actually this is the agenda I prefer the most, starting from a challenge solution, and we are really happy because Dele has accepted to share these results. So I'm really happy that I will be able to share business results at the end. So what actually was our solution? Of course, our recipe list is that we included data, of course, because we are in a data business and we do data analytics, so we put everything in. We put, of course, a brick and mortar, also sales or transactional data, not only e-commerce data. Because if you are shopper-centric, you would like to be omni-channel, not multi-channel retailer. You would really like to understand why your customers are buying e-commerce in e-commerce and why they are buying offline. What are their needs they satisfied if they personally go to store or if they buy online? So it's very important to take all this data and understand customers. Of course, we also wanted to understand needs of their most loyal customers. You shouldn't annoy your most loyal customer. I mean, it's a marketing recipe for decades, not centuries. So it was very important for us to understand the needs of their most loyal customers, and of course we included third-party data to understand, to add and to understand needs at micro-location.
And we should add some fish in this recipe. Because
so we have recipes. First of all, okay, we started with shopper needs. It's also our original from our, we used to work for years in GfK company, so we know a lot about customer behavior. And we know what is important, so no algorithms can help you if you think only about algorithms. You should start thinking about human beings and what data communicate about their needs. So we started with their needs. We started analyzing differences and expectations in e-commerce of their most loyal customers in order to avoid delisting products that are demanded by most loyal customers. And then, of course, we defined assortment in length and depth. That's the next step. And constraints. You know, in business, the most optimal solution is not always the best one, because you always have some exceptions from the rules. So maybe you would be surprised, maybe you know retail business well, but significant amount of money or margin that retailers earn is coming from so-called back margins. These are not like major margins, but it's like, for example, you agree with Coke to sell some media in the store, some special places to advertise the product or put on a special place like Coke, and then you get some additional incentives from the producer. And it's a significant portion that retailers do. So we needed to put into our model different constraints. Even if you wouldn't list a certain product because it's not optimal, you should return this product because there are some contracts with producers. And then, of course, it's very important to understand substitution and complements between products. That's a very important part of the model. If you, for example, delist a certain product, exclude it from assortment, you should take care that this product has a substitutes among other products. If this product is not substitutable, even if it's very small, you should keep it in the assortment. And then we created a list of optimized assortment. And deliverable, of course, we wanted to test scenarios to tell our client, look, if you reduce the assortment by, for example, 57%, what would happen? What would happen if you reduce the number of products by 33%? What will happen with your revenue? What will happen with your margin? What will happen with the quantity? What will happen with the frequency? So these scenarios we've provided to our client to tell, look, this is the list, with this list, impact is this one. And we created, as we heard earlier, there are lots of SaaS platforms, and here there is one more in the world. So we call it Spectra, shopper-centric assortment. And actually, because it is shopper-centric, and we were that lucky that we were supported by Serbian Innovation Fund, World Bank, this platform, so one more. And why we needed platform? Algorithms we already had, but why we needed platform? Because we need somebody from category managers to enter these exceptions. We need some approvals. And we needed also to model different priorities. 1 year retailer has a priority, a revenue, and next year it's a margin. So we needed to put that into the model. Also, we need sometimes some less optimal solutions, and of course we need some tracking. We needed to add some tracking functions into our platform Spectra. And at the end, the result was really, we are really proud of it. And Deleuze is also proud and happy. First of all, connected to the assortment, reducing costs and the assortment, we managed to, we told them, look, guys, you can reduce the assortment by 43% without losing a penny. Can you imagine? What was the saving of the money behind this decision? So we calculated, we told them, look, this is the optimal assortment, but this is 43% lower than you used to have. We selected an important assortment, and we increased the efficiency by 55% of this picking personnel. So it means that each third person should not or could not be employed. You know, they needed much less employees than they used to in the past to finish the job. And it was really challenging. We just such a growth in e-commerce, and Deleuze is a dominant leader in e-commerce business, but the efficiency increased by 55%. Why is that so? You know, the question is that we were not competing with algorithms. We were competing with people that they had category managers, they had 2 or 3 columns in Excel sheets to define the assortment. And you know, a model that has many variables influencing sales is much more precise. That's why growth or impact is such a huge, it is at least double digit. And of course, we had optimized assortment in dark stores, so we managed also to increase basket coverage with this dark store assortment with 800 products. We increased 10%, and of course, there are many new projects that started from these insights connected to shopper insights and especially knowledge about shopper needs. So many nice marketing initiatives, and not only marketing initiatives, but also monetization activity. So Deleuze also on the way they learned how to sell again this data and these projects to suppliers. So Coke is paying even more today. And we managed to keep the revenue, so zero revenue loss, and we were 100% shopper-centric. Thanks to this project, Deleuze, Serbia, in e-commerce became the most profitable e-commerce business in Deleuze Europe. So we are really proud about the achievement in this project. So that was it. Thanks a lot.
Maybe some questions? No, thank you. It was excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we finished earlier up to the program. It's time for coffee break now. We'll be here at 11:45 again. And if you want to join us on the gala dinner tonight, you can sign up upstairs to our girls. Thank you.
Tebi ovo da
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We continue with our stories and topics. After several presentations and case studies in the first part, it's time for our first panel today. We call it Data Driving the World, How to Benefit from Data Economies. The moderator is Miloš Đurković, Managing Partner, Amron Serbia, with participation of Vladan Atanasijević, Chief Operational Officer, Comtrade Group, Filip Novak, Managing Partner, Chameleon Solution Croatia, Marijana Agić-Molnar, Co-founder and CEO Data Do, and Jelena Radojčić, Channel Account Manager at Haku. Yeah. The podium is yours.
Hello everybody, welcome to the panel about the fuel of the future. So it was 2006 when British mathematician Clive Humbley said his famous quote, "Data is the new oil." And since that time, last 17 years, it's very visible that data is really fuel of the new industrial revolution, like oil was in the previous, or steam power in the first industrial revolution. So, on today's panel, we will discuss with our panelists about how data are driving the world and how to benefit from the data economies. Not only in the economy, but also how data can be beneficial for the good of the societies, for the good of human being, and how all this data management should be transparent and ethical. So, one general question to all of you. How do you see data driving the world in the next 5 to 10 years? What are some key trends that you think will shape the future of the data economies? So let's start with the lady first, Marijana.
Thanks. It's a $1,000,000 question. Actually, it's no-brainer if I would say that definitely more decisions in business will be data-driven. Actually, all decisions. And today, companies are really trying to be more led by data and less by intuition. And definitely in years to come, we will see more successful projects. And actually, there will be those companies that are not transforming that fast, they will be sanctioned. And therefore, it's top priority of the management to make organization data-led. And also, very interesting topic, what we will see what I said, it's obvious, it's nothing new. But what I like, what will change in the next 5 years, is actually emergence of data ecosystems and data monetizations. This is the topic that really occupies my mind. There are lots of companies creating data about their customers, and they are becoming aware how to use the data they create. Like, for example, Deleuze business, they are rich with transactional data, they are rich with the loyalty card data, they know their customers. So their first intention is how to optimize their performance using data for their own good, for their own profit, for their own growth. But the next phase is how to monetize this data externally. And in the next 5 years, I think we will see huge change that data-rich businesses will try to create new data products and sell them on a data market. Like, for example, banks. I believe that banks will become, in a way, new media platforms because they have access to a certain groups of people and transactional data, so they can target it with other products or become a new loyalty platform for like brands, for example, for Coke. So because they have access and they know customers so they can communicate relevant messages. And not only that, they can sell data products like, for example, insights about the market and preferences. Why would you go, for example, to a traditional agency like, for example, Nielsen, to learn about market shares, if you would go to like price comparison websites that are having hundreds of thousands of products and click streams so they can calculate market shares on a daily basis with much more precision than Nielsen can do. So we will see many new data sellers at the market, many new data products, and new models within the company will be built also not only on the data VO, but also how to integrate and enrich data VO with somebody else's data. And I'm really looking forward to that future.
Yeah, it's amazing things are in front of us. Felipe, as a part of the young generation, let's say, in this meeting, and especially in the very young business, so let's say in the business who is run the last since this humbly said this famous sentence, how do you see this and development in the next 10 years?
Well, thank you. So if you go by that parallel, if it's like oil, it means it's fuel. So I would say we shouldn't focus, in my humble opinion, we shouldn't focus as organizations too much on the fuel, but what is it fueling? So in a sense, when you look at technology, okay, we're now swamped with the AI development and so on, which I think is setting the expectations of what will happen in the next 5 to 10 years to a much, more exponential growth path than we expected it to be. So for example, when we're talking industries, we are facing a big challenge of a decrease in jobs. Some are saying almost 40%. So that's a big challenge for humanity. We're looking, for example, if you just take huge marginal reductions in production costs for manufacturing, which additional is going through automation and robotization. So, for example, in America, 10 million people live off of logistics. What when they get replaced by autonomous trucks? They don't get tired, they don't stop, they can drive forever, and they don't use fuel, they use electricity, right? Healthcare. Already now you have AI models that can predict or give diagnosis based on a wealth of information, whereas a doctor, has it all hidden somewhere in his, memory, where this has access to, humongous amounts of information. And I see this going even faster and faster because the amount of fuel we have is not limited as we have with oil. It is growing exponentially, the amount of fuel we have. So with human creativity, I think a big skill will be how to curate the data we accumulate and how we use it instead of accumulate it and have silos of data and saying, here we have a lot of data, but what you actually do with it, that will be, I think, what will set the winners and the losers for the next 5, 10 years in every industry.
Yeah, thank you very much. In regards in these biggest challenges, what we see with the data economy, Vladan and Jelena, so it's somehow connected. One of the most important things are security of the data. So could you please share with us how you are handling it and what is your opinion about the security of the data nowadays?
Would you? Because sure. So we just discussed on our session this morning that the two challenges we are facing today is that we are not aware of all the data that is not, like business critical data that is not protected out there. And that because of this we see a lot of ransomware attacks increasing, so So we should definitely start caring about this. We see that business data is driving, and it's going increasing. So we should definitely pay attention when how we handle with this data, because it can really hurt, and we are all potential victim of these disasters. So what are the things that maybe are good to do when it comes to data protection is implement access control. So implement some strong password, or do some multi-factor authentication and other security measures. And also provide just to authorized personnel access to this data, as well encrypt sensitive data. What is also from for me, it's very important to have this data and backup plan in place. So if any type of disaster happens, or you are a victim actually of any type of cyber attacks, you're sure that your data is recoverable, and you will be able to work with this data easily after this disaster. So also regularly update security measures, train and make sure that your employees are trained on how they can work with this data safely, and be aware of some phishing mails and threats out there that are very also increasing. Conduct regular security audits, and of course, as I said, monitor for these cyber attacks. So this is something that we should really pay attention when handling the data.
Well, I would go back one step regarding the future of the data we just spoke about. I see two different branches. One is enterprise, business, and the second one is consumers. And because I'm 30 plus years in the business, so in the previous years, actually, we had a lot of data about the companies. So company keep the data, do some analytics, and we didn't have so much data about the consumers. So, whoever was working in the marketing industry, it was really challenge how to get the real data, what will be the behaviors, forming. That was the whole standard. With the social networks and the internet, actually, there is a boom about the privacy data, about the consumers, what we are doing, what are our habits, behaviors, things like that. And I see now that, the consumer business is much, much in advance than enterprise business if we are looking about the data. The challenge I had a few months ago was, okay, we want to do some marketing campaign, and we want to do dedicate to some CTOs in the companies because we want to sell them some business. And actually, we realized, we tried to find the partner in US, that we don't have the proper data about behaviors of those people, not as what are they doing in their personal life, but how they make decision in the shoes of CTOs of the companies. So I hope that in the next 5 to 10 years, this data business will go in that direction, so we can have the good, accurate data from the enterprise, and maybe, it's obvious that all decisions now are based on the data. It's obvious a lot of things. One very important is the real data in real time, so we can really grab it and make some conclusions and make proper decisions. Also, I think the chief data officer is becoming much more important, but not only as a scientific, much more as an integrated part of the business. So, some, let's say, business-driven position, not scientific-driven like it is now.
Yeah. Thank you very much. When we talk about data, it's very important that we ensure that we use the data on the ethical and transparent level. So, Filipe, can you talk a little bit about how we can ensure that we are using data on the ethical and transparent level, or to share with us a couple of best practices?
Yes. Well, it's a question I think everybody, especially when you work in sales, that you face. You know, for example, when I was working in Salesforce, you have very strict policy and procedures because it's a publicly traded company. It's also a big corporation, so it's very well structured. And let's say in the CRM you have contact details, and for example, you cannot reach out, you cannot data scrape anymore the web and find an email address and send it. It's a breach of GDPR, right? Or obviously it has to be in the public space. But some of those tools don't operate like that. So then you're in a conflict, right? Well, I mean, you have that, your brain works like that you try to justify your move. I mean, at the end of the point, am I going to send that email? I'm in the Balkans, it's okay, but it's not okay. So every person, every job, especially that every position will be using some kind of BI tool, will have those kind of conflicts, personal conflicts. So I think it starts on an organizational level at that, moral compass, which is set out by leadership. And then you have obviously processes. We already know, before GDPR, now the B2C, the customers are more aware about their private data, so they are, if there is a breach, they will fluctuate to a brand that protects that. So, CIO is one of the top priorities, data privacy, right? But the question is, to what degree? Even the biggest companies like Meta, we know what kind of scandals they had. So the question is, yeah, it will be difficult, I would say. I would say, because now also with AI, with everybody speaking about ChatGPT and so on, but we already have AI models that are selling to military and police where it connects to public cameras on the street. It can do facial recognition. It can do even emotional recognition, and that's I think that ship, me personally, I think that ship has sailed in terms of privacy as we know it, and definitely it's good that the awareness is there, but I think, we should not kid ourselves that when there is a reason for somebody to get some kind of data, let's say government or whatever, they will get it. So, my honest opinion.
Especially in regards with this case of Cambridge Analytica, what they did in the couple of cases across the world. It's a great movie on the Netflix, great hack, talking about how they really impacted decisions, serious decisions like Brexit, like US elections, or like these Trinidad and Tobago elections. It was a very interesting for me, this that with manipulating data. So this is one of the things we have to really take care in order that we use data usefully and not on the wrong way. So Jelena, how can organizations ensure that they are collecting and using data in the way that respects individuals' privacy and data rights?
So, yeah, I'm also in sales. So by my experience, that what we see as a good practice is, as he said, that be transparent. So when you're collecting a data, the client should know the reason why we are collecting this data and how this data will be used. Also, what we should do is minimize collecting this data. So we should not be collecting data, unnecessary data, and so just collecting data for a certain purpose should be like. And then the other thing is that clients should be aware of the data that we collected, and they should have a way to access this data and maybe delete or ask any type of edit needed, whatever. So also implement, again, the security measures so that this data is also safe, as we said before. And I would say that if we just take care of, implement this type of measures, that data collection And also, of course, follow the GDPR, right? General Data Protection Regulation is something that put this all in one bucket, and then we are working with data the right manner.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add, maybe if you look at data or our private data as our currency that we trade with a brand, right? I'm okay. I mean, we already live in the world where you have to provide some kind of data if you want to have a personalized offer for any type of product. I think with all this data, we will see a hyper-personalization down the road in terms of that potentially every product will be completely tailored to your need, especially with programming, not needing coding, but maybe even voice. So I think it's just that if I'm ready to provide your brand with my data, I expect something in return. If I don't get that in return, but you have a data breach and then I get spammed on my private email that I use for serious things, then you lose me as a customer. So I think that responsibility that if you look at your customers giving your data is like them giving you their currency or some kind of value, you have to return on it because it improves your services and your products. I think that's a valid trade-off, and we should approach as brands like that, to that kind of trade.
Thank you. Mariana, how organization can ensure that they are using data to drive innovation and create new business models and create new value? So this is, we are talking about data for the running current business, but the key of everything is innovations, to speed up innovations, to drive the change. So how data can effectively be used in this?
I think the easiest way, actually the most effective way to use data and to change organization is to apply it in innovation space. Because it's something new for the organization. It's difficult when you change old habits. But with something new, with a new service, with a new department, with something new, then you have more freedom within the organization to do something differently. So it's easier, and it's for companies, then they would like to experiment. Like, for example, if you have a business that is not that too risky to change it and to experiment, then it is like the example of e-commerce. So it's easier to experiment with assortment in e-commerce because it's a smaller portion of your business than for a traditional brick and mortar assortment within each store. So it's like, okay, let's start with it and then change. And also about the innovation. So it's always about customers a new value. So it's about new revenue streams. And if you, especially for the data-rich businesses, if you observe the data you owe, you start thinking differently. Can I earn something more from the data I owe? First of all, can I be better to my customers? In many sense. And if you use data, especially now, even all businesses and all corporations, they say, we are data-driven. We apply artificial intelligence. But the truth is that lots of processes in organizations are actually not fully data-driven, and there are lots of things that can be improved within these processes and within the value you give to your customers. But organizations change, and I always recommend when they change, when they innovate, they should start with the value they give to customers. And there are excellent examples. For example, one of our clients improved, actually they use data differently. They enrich their customer database with additional data about lifestyles and values, and they created new products based on that, and they offer to their customers, so the conversion rate increased 4 times. So these cases, when you have in innovations, when you have results, then it's easier to jump to another project and another project, and that's actually the way how you let data drive, because you are always the new models and the way you handle data, they are always, the incremental change is really high. It's at least double digit, because you are always better than 2 columns in Excel spreadsheets. So it's easy to prove the value.
Exactly. Filipe, would you like to add something?
I mean, I would agree. Pretty much setting a vision, defining, you know, what's the end goal, setting objectives, setting KPIs, and driving process, and then rinse and repeat because it's a continuous improvement. I think you know, for example, maybe an example in real life, mall group. You know, a lot of these, you know, gas stations that we are used are not their primary or core business is not gas stations anymore. It is the retail part of the business, which means they are evaluating now B2C customers, what do they want, what do they need. Even now, the second shift is from the retail is actually to distribution. So, you know, so we see shifts in business models of traditional companies. Or you know, maybe it can be horizontally, like, you know, for example, banking in terms of digital banks, you know, where before, you know, it was, you have to go to a branch, you know. So I think data is definitely the fuel in driving that innovation, and I think a lot of the skill sets that companies will look for will change in the coming future, are already changing in terms of who they are hiring.
Thanks. Mladena, would you like to?
Yes, but we covered several topics. So one was the ethic, the first one. The second one was regarding the value. Regarding the ethics, there is a lot to speak now, you know, because of it is really, the world is changing. It's already changed. Actually, we just need to see how to adopt. But one thing is when we are listening about those dilemma, you know, when his autonomous car is driving and there is some kids would that I don't know, kill the kids or kill myself, things like that. But when you have the personal experience about that, it's totally different. I will share my one. There is one company who created your digital twins as a person, and one my friend is CTO there, and he asked me to join. I said yes, of course, it would be nice. But then I need to share the blood, the DNA, and things like that. And my older daughter approached to me and say, Papa, but you didn't ask me would I like to share my part of DNA. So first I thought she was kidding. No. I have two daughters and wife, and my wife actually she really raised the level of this privacy awareness to both of my daughters, and we have family discussion about can I, as a father, share my DNA without getting their permission. Okay, I said, oh, it's a very serious company, and I asked their legal advisors. They didn't provide me the answer. They said, okay, we didn't have it. And that was my personal dilemma, really. So what is the point? The point is, it's really this ethical moment, the privacy, we are really going on the higher level. I don't know what, so I canceled actually the whole process about being in this pilot group. But still, you know, I still have dilemma. Can I make my own decision by my DNA or not? So this ethical, the point is really is going very, very high. And in the future, I think it will be much more and more. And for each of us individually, when you will face this personal dilemma, it will be really a huge challenge. And the second one, regarding the value, I think it's obvious. But what we are missing here is actually the business goal. If we are now speaking about the business, you know, who is driving the business, is setting some business goal, and if organization have the proper data to achieve some goals, this is actually what Mirjana told us about. I will give you an example. You know, I spent some time in Vivacom when United Group acquired it, and they had a lot of data about the customers because 3+ million of customers. But most of the data they were using about, you know, what will be the next best offer, it's typically, but for the mobile services. Nobody was focused on the internet services. The whole idea about United Group is to have consumers and to provide them their own content. So they switch the goals and actually know, wow, what we should do now. It took some time, but, you know, based on the existing data, they created total new revenue streams, you know, to achieve the goal, the new profit and everything. So the point is, I do believe that there is really big role of the people who are driving the business and then, you know, chasing and challenging the organization to use the existing data we are collecting, because in most of the organization we don't know what all the data are we collecting, what we have in our, let's say, portfolio.
Yeah. And Vladane, we know each other for a long time, and you are one of the most prominent people in the regional IT industry. So, with a huge experience in the not only in driving the business, but also in driving the innovations in the government sector. And this is one of the, we discussed how data can improve our business and innovations, but how data can be used to create the value for the society as a whole.
It's a clear example about the air pollution. Who is living in Belgrade for many years, even 20 years ago, you knew that something is wrong. When I was living in Kragujevac, approaching to Belgrade, and going down from the Buben Potok, and actually you see if the weather is clear, it's nice, but very, very often it was smog. I don't know what is the English word for smog. So, but at that time, you didn't have the sensor to measure it and to be transparent to see it. Now with this Vipro, you can in real time see what is the air pollution. So this open data concept, I think this is the real revolution, and it forced actually the governments, because all the governments would like to keep, to secure, like for instance in Chernobyl, when the disaster happened, so they try to keep it on. So I do believe that with these sensors, who is collecting the data, and those sensors needs to be not owned by governments, so it needs to be for the whole society, and sharing those information can make our life much, much better. Actually, to be aware that there is a problem and let's try to solve the problem. This is just one of the examples.
Yeah.
People cannot influence this.
That's not true.
Yeah.
There is a lot of eco straža, and Torbica is part of, Zoran is part of that very.
Mariana.
Well, there are lots of areas where our lives can be better using data. And I will give just a few examples that I know. For example, eventually 5 to 10 years ago, A1 decided to use locations data to build certain models and offer this data and these services as an additional revenue stream. And I learned, for the example, that like Ljubljana was using this location data actually to build a city evacuation plan. So based on bottlenecks in a certain streets, they built the way how the people can be evacuated in some things are happening. And lots of open data is actually now available. I think Slobodan Markovic will be here from UNDP. He was working a lot in Serbia to make this data, and UNDP is supporting this open data in Serbia. So there are lots of data that can be used from governmental institutions. For example, there is a nice case here in Croatia how data from money spendings and balance sheets in municipalities are analyzed by data analysts, and of course without layer identification you can immediately pointing out who is actually where the crime is and who is actually bribed and who is using government money unofficially. So just by making this data available, and there is obligation that you as a municipality open your expenditures to the public, because you are the public institution, and by applying just simple models you can discover who is where the corruption lies. Not only that, can you imagine what is happening now with all receipts, all transactions in a huge database of tax authorities in Serbia. So previously you knew the value of transaction, but you didn't know the content of the transaction. But now with all receipts, you have all the content. So for example, you can optimize expenditures. You can decide based on this data what is the, let's say, minimal basket size. You can provide these services really to economists. You can discover those who are cheating and not paying taxes and things like that. So with data, and I'm looking forward to this data that is collected by the government in Serbia, because now it's clean data, so you can know, you can understand, for example, what Mercator is selling, what Deleuze is selling on each point, what is the cost, what are the prices of products. So you don't have to have price comparison websites. Government is having very detailed evidence about the price of 1 liter of milk each day, so they can see, they can model, they can see if the margins are okay or not okay, or things like that. So there are enormous opportunities how to use new data sources to improve people's lives if there is a goodwill. And for example, if you also take into consideration these large databases about media usage, like for example, United Cloud is having data, and what Vladan said earlier, so you can also see what are priorities of households with children, what actually children are looking, because it's also internet provider and it's also content provider, so they can analyze, having especially the yesterday event in our mind, so we can use these big content providers databases and cable providers databases to understand what are the habits of households with children, what content is consumed and in which way. So I think if there are institutions to finance this usage of data for public good, especially medicine, not to mention, I think opportunities are really, really excellent.
Yeah, but this is one of the, because my other face is data analytics. This talent management is a front face, and I was spending all my life in the IT industry. So I will focus this for the good of the society on the couple of aspects. But what you mentioned, just example of the tax authority ili poreske uprave. If you look how big is VAT in each country, if you save only 10%, and analyzing is that with the good predictive analytics for the VAT tax fraud, you can save up to 30% yearly. 30% is in our small countries, couple of billions. And for the couple of billions, you can renew the hospitals, schools, and invest in the something which is for the well-being. Also, anti-money laundering software. So this, let's divide it. This is professional software, mainly for the Ministry of Finance to save public money, prevent corruption, and if it is the interest, of course. For the society is definitely. Then another thing, public safety. Public safety is with the predictive analytics. We are all shocked with this yesterday news and everything. A lot of those kind of things can be predicted by the proper data analytics. Of course, in this we have a very serious, we have to be very careful and serious with privacy, with ethical thing of usage data, but this is one of the things. Also, the analyzing face recognition software who is doing the analyzing can prevent the terrorism and criminals. So, and in the medicine, only the sky is limit, because with the proper use of the data and with the involvement of artificial intelligence, we can save the time of our doctors, that they can focus on 10% the most important things. So this is so all of this things are really, really very useful. So this panel is not about the artificial intelligence. So I don't want to open door for this, how it can help. Let's stay and be focused on the data. So, Filipe.
No, I just wanted to ask, but does the means justify the goal, right? And who defines that? You know, you were mentioning public good. The point of everybody who even does and the things we disagree will say, but it was for the greater good of the public, right? And then, you know, maybe I will say I disagree, Balun will say maybe I agree, right? But who sets it? And I think the big problem with all of this is policy making, right? We now have the European Union, which is the slowest administration ever in humanity. They want to, you know, regulate ChatGPT, you know, but how long did it take for them to set GDPR, right? It was years, and, you know, breaches were happening 10 years before GDPR was launched. So I think that's a major discussion, is how do we regulate how we use that data, and who says this is for the public good, this isn't.
Yeah, in the data management and in the AI field, and whole new economy, what we are talking based on the data as a fuel or as a there is a bunch of the new jobs. So I think last 10 years, and future will show it much, much faster, that completely talent profile are changed. So all of us are reading some articles on the internet and studying that up to 2030, 20% or 30% of the jobs, current jobs will disappear. Up to 2050, 90% of the jobs. So, but let's stay focused now on this time. So, it's already a lot of new jobs, new profiles. I remember 10 years ago or 15 years ago, when somebody was mentioning data scientists, so what is this? You know, data scientist. So it was some freak sitting and analyzing some data in some security agencies or somewhere, because in these services it was always existing in some ways. But you know, now it's one of the most common and one of the most demanding profiles on the market. And according to the many or most analyses, the not very well paid, but the highest paid job profile is a data scientist nowadays. So how you see, this is a question for all of you, so you can jump in first. What is your thoughts about the current situation, and what is needed in the near future to cover the current situation? Near future is 5 years maximum.
If I may say, I have a son, 17 years, and it's really difficult for me to advise him. I really constrain myself to advise him what to choose. So from one, he's in a Računarska gimnazija, so it's a programming high school, and one direction is either he would proceed because he's mathematical mind, and either he will become a programmer or maybe data scientist, or the other option is to go with sports. He likes basketball, maybe he will go to DIF, it's a faculty for, how to translate it, physical education. So, and then I really wonder, and then he asks, what should I select as a university, and honestly, I don't know. Because now, with this artificial intelligence, or let's say solutions like ChatGPT, you have lots of programming part that previously you need years to come into to be as efficient as a programmer. Now you have a sort of this basic level at least, or maybe even more advanced in a data analytics and data science field that is offered by these solutions. So what kind of expertise is needed in the next 5 years? I can't answer. And I'm looking forward to your advices because of my private situation at home, what to tell to my son.
But it depends.
Jobs will shut down.
If you are looking from the data perspective, because this is the subject here, I do believe that two aspects needs to be considered. One is the mathematics, the basics. So you need to have the knowledge, theoretical knowledge about what are the data sources, meaning, I don't know all English, but Boolova algebra, teorija skupova, all those things, so you need to be fluent, you need to know it, to have deep knowledge. And there is big but if you don't understand the content, the context of those data, you will not be able to provide useful and valuable data to your organization. So there must be some kind of mixture. So in this computer science, they also need to have a lot of, partially MBAs or something about the basic economics to understand the value of the data. So those things, unfortunately in our area, there is lack of knowledge. So people are used now to ask Google or this ChatGPT, whatever, and to get fast answers. So this quick answer is not good enough for the people who will be experts in their domains. So this need to change. So maybe, okay, sport is good, because he will be fit, but maybe to give him the view of the business. So to combine those two things.
Why not? Maybe some of the colleagues on the panel have more experience with that, maybe going into that path now with this new adventure of mine in business, but it's also in terms of like hiring, okay, like I don't have currently children, so that's a whole aspect of life I still have to discover. But I would say maybe if we go from hard skill, there's also soft skills or skills or personal traits that, there are some skills you can teach somebody and then there's others that you cannot. And I think the emphasis on the ones you cannot when looking for example, for new talent will be curiosity, which is definitely a human trait that has driven us to where we are today. But with all this fast food information, we're a little bit losing that because we're satisfied with the very basic information like a headline to make our opinion. So we are losing that critical thinking and curiosity to maybe go into other sources of information and so on. And also not to be straight experts in one field, but maybe do multidisciplinary, because if we have so much access to information, we can also branch out. And the other one is definitely, I would call it like elasticity, right? Because there are continuously new frameworks, new ways of thinking, and people that can maybe have been brought up through a system or one way of technology, and now their life has changed. Looking at my parents, and their use of technology that they didn't grow up. Our generations, we grew up with it, so maybe we're more elastic towards the new changes. So I think those personal traits will be the defining character of, let's say, if I will be hiring to look for that more than potentially maybe experience or what kind of degree it would have. But I think for me personally, what I'm a little bit concerned with, for example, in Croatia, is the education system, because education is the foundation of every civilization, and education is not following track with the developments and how fast everything is developing, especially using new technologies in education, especially tackling, if we're doing personalization of products, why aren't we doing personalization of education? That every child has a personalized way of educating. Some children have ADHDs, there's a plethora of challenges that we are not tackling that are very tough to change. It's to change an education system. We had a curricular reforma, which was obviously politically blocked. I'm not going to go into that. But that kind of change, it takes first a pilot program, a couple of schools, then more schools, then then you apply it, then you have a whole new generation that has to go through that education system. So we're talking a 20 years timeline for that to really become some efficient. So I think that this question is maybe the most difficult question that we talked about, and it's difficult to come up with a smart answer.
Yeah. So if you remember, and to paraphrase Jack Ma on his famous speech a couple of years ago in Davos, when he was talking about the education and in the nowadays, so that kids should learn sports, art, something which artificial intelligence cannot impact so heavily. So maybe this is time for this. I also have twins, 17 years old. Have to advise them for their third grade. So in 1 year they will go to the university. So it's difficult, but one thing is constant, and I will agree with Vladan here. So mathematics was always basis of everything. Of course, I'm not talking about the mother tongue, the languages, history. This is a foundation of knowledge. So, but mathematics is a basis, especially now this applied mathematics and statistics. So in medicine or in pharmacy, you cannot work without proper knowledge of mathematics. So learn the mathematics. This is something very useful. So at the end, I hope that we here have some entrepreneurs, and especially that we have some future entrepreneurs here. No matter with age, because you decide to be entrepreneur where you are mature enough that when this idea is mature enough in you. So I decided a couple of years ago to be entrepreneur. What will be the advice you can give to the people starting the new business, especially connected, or how to use the data in new business, and especially if the new business is very connected with the data? So, Philippe.
So, maybe, and Mariana mentioned this, and we should not lose sight with it, because there's a lot of companies doing stuff, our friends doing stuff, that's cool, we want to do it, but the question is why. Like in the book Simon Sinek's, I start with why. So why are you doing what you are doing, right? So and at the center of the why can be the customer, can be the employee, right? So if it's the customer, start with what kind of experience I want the customer to have, and then build out, choose the technology, data privacy, use the data models, but if you don't have that why, and are just collecting data and then are just like shooting in the dark, and hoping for a hit, you're going to lose a lot of bullets. So I think, in Salesforce they have like become a customer of your customer, right? Put your shoes in that, and I think maybe that will be the answer to what kind of data you need, analyzing trends, and it's a continuous thing, right? Because you have new generations, new attitude towards products, of how they consume them, and so on. So it's not you can buy a bunch of technology, the best technology out there, but a tool that you don't know how to use is a waste of money. So
exactly. So.
Well. It's a tricky question for me personally, because 20 plus years ago I started my own business. But, if you believe what you want to do, of course, and you need to really understand and know your own business. So when you step in now, we had a lot of those startups initiatives and challenging them. The first question is what you want to achieve. So 20 plus years ago, my goal was to survive. Really, that was to survive after 2001. and then set up the business. The second goal is to understand how to do it, and of course, you need to understand the data. You need to track and monitor the data about your business, and then to be brave to change maybe some direction. So if we are theoretically speaking, so all entrepreneur needs to be brave, needs to understand their business, and really need to rely on some data. In the early beginning, it's very hard to get data, because if you are starting the business, but you need to be aware that you need to understand who is your customer, what he wants, or to try to collect some data. And for the difference from 20 plus years ago, now a lot of data is available because we are living in digital world. So be brave, be focused, and don't be afraid to analyze data. And once when you get the answer and conclusion based on the data, scratch your head and think, are you doing good or you are not doing good? So don't be afraid to change it. Sorry for this wide answer, but...
Thank you. Ladies?
So I can comment from this other aspect, right? So since we are handling and working with so much data, and we understand how the business will be driven by this data in the future, I would just give an advice: have a right security measure in place, because it's your responsibility that the data that you collect. You're also working with the people. That is all, the data is very sensitive. So make sure you have right security measure in place, so this data also safe, and that your client feels safe when sharing this data with you, right?
Okay, so innovations and advice for maybe startup or a startup within the organization. So it's obvious, like Philip said, start with the needs of your customer and how to improve the life to your customer, and then use data to help you being better in that. And then you can grow, you can achieve the value, and by being relevant to your customer. It's simple as that. And it's not new. I mean, as long as customers exist, it's always the same. If you are relevant to your customer, you will win. And if you use the data to be more relevant, then you will win. And simple as that. It's an additional tool and support, let's say, to the marketing or the strategy of the company to help you being more relevant. So it's only about that. It's very old challenge for all businesses.
So, thank you very much. I hope that we succeed to at least initiate you to think, and that we put this little bug in you to think about your future, about the starting new business. And my message for you at the end is also, I like to citate different people. So now Steve Jobs, for the Stanford commencement speech some years ago, that stay let's change it a little bit. So be hungry, be passionate, and still leave a space to have a fun. Because if you do things with the fun, you will enjoy, and I'm pretty sure that business will be much more interesting and better. Because when you do the business, and if you are satisfied and happy, it's always much better. Thank you.
Any question?
Such excellent message. Yes, we have enough time.
For the question?
Of course. I suppose that someone has questions from audience, because it was great panel. Oh, you were very clear.
The panel was very professional. I would like to thank you, because we finished just on time, and thank you really for your insightful thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you again. You were great. Thank you. Excellent panel. Now we will talk about the challenges and opportunities about exploring open and alternative data. And who would speak better about that topic than Slobodan Markovic, digital advisor from UNDP. Of course, together photo. I suppose the organizers have photograph. Excellent. Big smile. Thank you. As I said, now we will talk about the challenges and opportunities about exploring open and alternative data, and who would speak better about that team than Slobodan Markovic, digital advisor from UNDP. Here you are.
Thank you. Are my slides ready? No? Maybe? Yes? Okay. Welcome to this session where we're gonna see some of the examples of our work with the government of Serbia, government's Office for IT and e-government over the past 6 or 7 years. And I'll talk about not only good things, but also some challenges and some things we learned along the way. So let's move on. The first thing that we all know is that the government institutions collect a lot of data. But unfortunately, most of this data remains locked within these government institutions. And they treat this data not as a strategic resource, but as a, I would say, side effect of their existence. So, they have some authority, they need to provide a service to some government institutions or citizens, and they collect data, so data remains after, they do what they do. And of course, they don't share data with other institutions and the wider community. And this approach really needs to change. It needs to change fundamentally. And the government needs to start understanding data as a strategic resource. Of course, all blocks, roadblocks and obstacles for sharing data should be eliminated. I will talk about them in the end, what I mean by these limitations. Another thing is really important to say, and that is that government data alone is not anymore enough for making decisions and understanding the changes in a fast-changing world of today. Government data is perhaps, of a has a, more quality, like, the official statistical data, but it's really slow. And the data of the private sector are, more transactional in nature and much closer to real time. So connecting private and public data is really important for understanding changes in today's world. And for government institutions to be successful in leveraging the data from the public sector, from the private sector, they also need to collaborate more with the private sector, not only in the sense of being able to access the data, but also to leverage the technical capacities and knowledge that government cannot easily replicate and which are more usually available in the private sector. So I mentioned that we worked a lot with our government partners on this through our projects over the past 6 or 7 years. But I'll just want to mention before going into details about what the concept of open data entails. It's basically data that is publicly available, usually free of charge, usually on some kind of open data portal like data.gov.rs in Serbia. It's in a machine-readable form, meaning that you can process it using freely available computer programs. And the key part is that this data is available for for any use, including commercial. So you can use it for your scientific research, or you can use it to build actually products and integrate it into your own business processes. And to start with examples, this is there's a company called, if I recall correctly, Modra Jagoda. It's a Slovenian company, and they used the first data set that was ever published in Serbia by the Serbian Drugs Administration. They published data on all approved drugs in Serbia, and they took this data and they made an application that is used by tens of thousands of pharmacists in Serbia every day to check, you know, the details about each medicine, the dosage, and you know, the generic name, the trade name, etc. And what is interesting here to see is that it's not only the government data, it's also enriched data. So in the government database, you don't have the information about prices, for instance, which they have, or the availability of these drugs in drugstores. So basically, they built on open data published by the government, but you know, they really could, it would be really burdensome for them to build this on their own. So they use this open data. Another example, there was a mention of public safety. This is a data set on car accidents in Serbia published by the Serbian Ministry of Interior. It's interesting when you map them. Because this clustering in the center is garage on Obilić Venac in Belgrade. You wouldn't believe how many car accidents actually happen in garages. So it's really useful to, you know, for planning better, you know, traffic safety. Another example is the thing that we did with 5 cities in Serbia. It was with Niš, Kragujevac, Novi Pazar, Subotica, and Belgrade. And we helped them to take all their data about public transport, meaning you know, the lines of public transportation, timetables, pricing, and put all this data into a GTFS format. It's a format, open format developed by Google, so that this data can be then entered into Google Transit and Google Maps, so you can then find your way through the city from A to B using public transport. Because this is open data, it is also available in Bing Maps, it is also available on OpenStreetMaps, it is also today available in mobile apps such as Move It. Another example was also mentioned. This is the API we supported Serbian Environmental Protection Agency for developing a real API for real-time, close to real-time access. It's actually hourly data, unverified hourly data from the national network of air quality sensors. And almost immediately when we published this, I think it was 2018 or 2018, I think it was, people started using it and integrating this into their applications for basically providing people with the idea of the air quality in their surrounding and alerting them. So this really raised the awareness of people about the air quality in their surroundings. And this is an example of an app that uses this data. It's called X-Echo. We also worked with more than 100 municipalities in Serbia to actually release data on their budgets and spendings in open data format. This data is available in raw format on the open data portal, but we also visualized it so that citizens can easily understand where public money is first allocated and then spent. This is an example of using private sector data. This is a mapping of fires using satellite data. You cannot easily map forest fires without using satellite, and we needed this because every fall and every spring, a lot of people, unfortunately, in Serbia burn stubble, and this is surely one of top 3 pollutants in the months of, I don't know, March and October. So this is for instance the mappings of fires in Srem in October. Some missed opportunities. Yeah, we had missed opportunities. We failed to, unfortunately, persuade Serbian municipalities to open data on municipal works and public utility outages. And this data is still disseminated like, you know, in 1970s over radio, over TV, and in newspapers. So if you don't read, or you don't watch, or you don't listen to radio, you will probably not know when they'll cut water or power for your block. You'll find out once it happens. While you could, you know, just receive a notification on your phone one day in advance, and it would be great if they just publish this information instead of screenshotting those Word files and publishing them on Twitter. So that was unfortunate that they didn't do it, but you know, it's never too late. Another thing that we pitched to the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Finance during COVID was to use anonymous app pings for mapping people movement and better target COVID prevention measures. Also using data from the online portals for job advertisements, like for instance InfoStud, to better understand you know, of the changes, you know, in the market in close to real time. But they were too busy with other things, so I would say this was a missed opportunity as well. But again, it's not too late to start dealing with close to real time data. With this, I want to highlight a couple of examples of this using alternative data sources, meaning data sources from usually private sector. And it's important to mention that these data sources are usually not precise or representative, but they give you a good indication of, you know, what's happening. So this is why they're useful. And in Serbia, UNDP wanted to understand the complex phenomenon of depopulation, which is really, you know, multifaceted and complex phenomenon. And we called on the community to actually propose us the ways we can use data to understand this phenomenon better. So one of the teams proposed to use Telecom Serbia's data on the usage of mobile telephony, and we did that together with Telecom Serbia and Biosense Institute. So all this data is public, you can play with it. We could, for instance, learn about, you know, what places in Serbia are the most isolated, you know, who communicates really infrequently with the others. Or we saw that some municipalities almost exclusively communicate with Belgrade. They don't communicate with their surroundings, which was really interesting thing that we find out. Or on the right side, this is these are the countries from which people come and they stay in roaming in Serbia. So this basically gives you an idea where do people from different parts of Serbia go abroad to work. Another team from Harvard came up with the idea to use Google Ads API to map Serbian diaspora, because you can track Serbian diaspora. You can target Serbian diaspora for, you know, on Facebook. So when you do this, when you ask Facebook, you know, how many Serbian diaspora is there in each country in the world, you get something like this. And this, of course, as I said, will not give you a precise head count. It's not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is that you understand what's happening and how these things shift. You know, you can track, for instance, this every 6 months and understand what's happening. You know, are people coming? Are they going? You know, what is happening? Just to get a hold of it, because official data on immigration is really slow, and it's really it's terrible. So this is a useful proxy for this. And of course, one team used the satellite information, satellite data, remote sensing data like night lights to see where people in Serbia live and how this changes over time. And of course, land coverage to detect where people build things as opposed to where there aren't people in Serbia. But we were not always successful. And this should be also stressed when you work with fast changing situations, you will sometimes fail. And you will fail not only because you experiment, but because your underlying assumptions are wrong. And it happens a lot with the government. It's really important that you try. And we tried, for instance, here our initial assumption was that you can use cheap satellite images to map landfills in Serbia. It turned out that you cannot do this cheaply yet. You need more detailed pictures, better quality pictures, and then, it takes a lot more of CPU time and storage, and it's not cheap anymore. I mean, it's doable, but it's probably cheaper, still to send people around to scan for the landfills. But in doing this, we learned a lot. We learned not only about the specifics of mapping landfills, but also that, for instance, the database of the Serbian Environmental Agency on landfills is in a pretty bad shape. It doesn't contain information about when a landfill was entered into the system, for instance. So we spent a lot of time chasing the landfills. We had their coordinates, but when was it entered into the system? Was it 2012, 2013? So we spent a lot of time just chasing these landfills over epochs. And we just, we couldn't use this database, unfortunately, to a full extent. But we documented this. And documenting your failures is, I think, important, sharing the information on this. And I spoke about the obstacles and the problems that we faced. So these are some of the things that we faced. The usual things, like, the data does not exist. You cannot open data if it doesn't exist in digital form. Or if it exists, it's in poor shape. Or if it's in good shape, you're not allowed to share it because, there's a law preventing it. Or there are technical problems for extracting data from a database. Or, you don't have any person within the ministry who has adequate skills for working with data, extracting data, maintaining data, etc. People in government institutions usually even when they want to work with data, they jump to solutions without doing prior research, without working with the citizens, without working with the private sector. So I mention all these things as problems, but they are actually a huge opportunity space. So the entities, the government entities, the most successful governments who work with data, with open data, with alternative data sources, they actually do, all these things in opposite. So I mean, this could also be interpreted as a business opportunity as well. So help government institutions build capacity, better work with data, do better research for data-driven projects, etc. So that was it.
Thank you very much. I suppose that someone question. Yes, please. Question.
Well, great lecture. I wanted to ask, are we able to create an API that would enable us to use government data in real time, or do we have to manually update it?
When you say we, what do you mean?
Anyone who uses the data.
Well,
if we decide to use it.
For some institutions, like the Environmental Protection Agency, they actually expose their data using APIs. And most of the government portals for publishing open data, they provide this API functionality, it's built in. So basically, the moment the institution uploads data, it's usable using APIs. So it's basically integratable into applications. But the tricky part is that the state institutions need to understand that, data is alive. It's a live thing, It has a life cycle. So it's not, enough to just publish it and forget. You need to take care of this data set. You need to answer comments from the community, to provide better documentation, etc., etc. And these things often get overlooked, unfortunately.
More question?
Yeah.
Please.
It's my turn. Thanks. Thank you. Great lecture. I didn't have a chance to play a lot around with Serbian government public data, but tell me, these APIs, are they like readily available? Are these like open APIs, are like endpoints and stuff like that? Can we use them right away, or there is some kind of registration process? What do you need to do in order to be able to use the data?
No. I mean, access to the portal is free. You can just go to the portal and,
like that.
Download data and start using it. For instance, one of the latest additions to the portal is the Serbian address registry. The Serbian cadastre released georeferenced address registry. So basically, if you're dealing with the e-commerce, you can download this register immediately. It contains latitude and longitude and basically shapes of all streets in Serbia and house numbers. So you can use that in your, you can integrate it into your business applications today.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
In the next 20 minutes and before lunch break, Marko Radojčić, managing partner of Cube team, will talk about unlocking competitive advantage, the key role of data in boosting e-commerce performance. Marko, please. Podium is yours.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Marko Radojčić. Thank you for coming to this session. I hope I make it interesting. This summit, let's say, brought us a lot of interesting sessions and topics about the monetization of the data and how we can use our data generally in the future and in the new digital, let's say, world. But I will now go one step or maybe two steps before and see and talk about how we can acquire data, how we can transform the data, and how we can allow all the users of the data and to use that data on the most appropriate way. Companies nowadays get in contact with and get in touch with a lot of different data. There are structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data. There are a lot of sources that they get, but I always think about where is the data that I want to use? Is it at what place it is? Shall I ask somebody to access this data? What is the procedure to take this data? Why this happened? I mean, 20 years ago, it was, I would say, more easier to manage all this data because majority of the data were structured, the data were on the one place, they were like, I can easily say it was like a monolithic data structure. So it was quite easy for the company to manage all this data. But then as a new trend evolved, as they said, I heard in the previous, I think, panel or a session, that the data is new fuel, of the future business and the businesses of the 21st century. Everybody were getting the data. Get all the data that you can. Give me. Not that's not the topic that we're talking today. So everybody was collecting the data, and that was totally fine. But then, if we think about the new IDC study, we come to the point where they said that by 2025, there's going to be 160 zettabytes of data. I don't know if everybody knows how big that is. I mean, how they speak about it, how they write it. I mean, it's huge, it's enormous, But for me, and for now, I think for all of you, most important and more important fact is that there are going to be 10 times more data generated in the world than the available storage. So prepare your wallets and plans and budgets, so in order to buy all these expensive storages that is going to be back then. But no, of course, we are smart guys here, and women, of course, and we are going to be a modern and to implement some new ways how to eliminate the duplicates of the data, how to clean the data more better, and how to minimize the replication of the data generally that we manage. There are a lot of technologies. You know, we will not speak today only about one single tech stack. We are going to talk about the combination of traditional data management with the new modern technologies, solutions, and apps. I don't know if anybody heard about the data virtualization or virtually accessing the data. That means that the data stays where it is, and through some fancy metadata tools, we are accessing the data by leaving it on the way where it is, and by that we allow our businesses to get a real-time or near real-time data. Okay, we are coming to one topic, which is, I think, the center of today's session. So let's see how modern data solutions boost not only the e-commerce, of course, industries. I mean, this is something which is relevant for today's this summit, but generally in the whole, all the future businesses. You must have heard about some of these terms, you know, data fabric, unified data layer, modern data fabric. I will maybe add like eliminating data silos or the data as a product concept and so on. I don't know if anybody heard about the data mesh concept. Just raise hand, okay. Okay, perfect. So I will make it more easier or more easy to understand later on, but I will focus on two topics now. Data mesh and data fabric. Both of them have a single and the same result. Make a data decentralized and allow every user, any user which is in the company, use it on the simplest and easiest possible way. Just to go, let's say, to explain it in a, let's say, more easier way, let us imagine two people speaking. 20 years from now, you know, there is maybe a geographical boundaries, you know, they are going out, hanging out, speaking every day, and they don't have a problem with the language that they speak. But then, you know, suddenly they meet two people, another two people, you know, bad guys, some bad boys, you know, bad boys, not that one. So they come, but they speak a different language. So what now? Okay, traditional way, we want to hang out with them, we want to work with them, so what we shall do? Everybody shall learn each language. And it has some time, it needs some time, it wastes some energy. This is totally okay if this happens once in 5 years or once in 10 years. But can you imagine now that companies are accessing a new data and new sources every 2 to 3 months? So can you imagine yourself learning new language every 3 to 4 months? I think it's not very operational and effective. So what is the easiest way today to do it? Maybe there are some translation modules or some translation applications, you know, that can simultaneously translate the languages while we speak. Okay, of course, maybe it's not maybe the best professional way to express yourself, but we will understand each other. We can speak from the day we met. I can speak today with a friend from Japan. I couldn't do it 20 years ago. Can you imagine me, you know, going through the, you know, some books in Japanese, you know, and trying to find all of that. This doesn't mean that we will only use these new fancy technologies and fancy solutions. There is a combination between a traditional way of dealing with the data and the new modern ways how we shall use a new technologies. Now we are coming to the some articles that they said, of course, I heard on the previous, also one previous session, you know, data-driven, you know, it's something that is coming, that is here. It's not even the buzzword anymore. It is the mainstream of the future world. And if we see big companies like IBM, Gartner, Forrester, and many others, they say that the data-driven companies will outperform the other players in the market. I don't know if you know what is a data-driven. I mean, generally a data-driven company is a company that creates a strategic, how to say, sorry? Yes, a advantage. It's a significant advantage, and that the strategical decisions are made and based on the data and the deep data analysis, but not on the assumptions or some other ways of doing it. So the digital teams within the companies are becoming more and more important for our companies and for every company in the future, not only the ones which are in the e-commerce business, but any players. And according to the latest Gartner survey, you know, 76% of digital teams claim, not say, but claim that they are in direct correlation with the company's revenues. 76%. I didn't change 7 with 2. I said 76. So that means that how we treat them, how we allow them to play with new technologies, how we allow them to improve our business through some new and modern tools, this is how we will, let's say, plan the way where our ship goes. Of course, we must also think and always think about the holes in the boat, and that's right. How the big guy said, you know, you cannot have a hole in the boat and thinking or to take, you know, the ship in the right direction. You know, you're trying to close that hole. Oops, just a second. Okay. I will not speak about machine learning and AI. I mean, you will hear about this in many other sessions. I just want to point a direct connection between a modern data management and the way how we manage and orchestrate our data and the new technologies that are coming up. I mean, all of us must heard about the OpenAI, ChatGPT, and so on. You know, some companies are thinking to implement it in their own businesses, internally, externally. Some are already implemented it. But the thing is that the only limitation, no, I will not say the only, but I would say the major limitation that is going to be a driver for this implementation is going to be the flexibility of the accessing the data that you use. You cannot use only a batch processing data, you know, and the historical data in order to implement this AI or the new tools. They need to have real-time or almost real-time insights that will bring the results to the clients at the end. I mean, I will just point one, let's say this one survey from 21st. 98% of companies indicate that data pipelines break frequently. That means that the data that they use on everyday basis breaks at one point. That means that they use some data that they even know that they are the right data that they use. So we must think about that. On the other side, technology trend 22-23 by Gartner said, and for the first time in the history of this survey, is that technologies around data take or share the throne together with the cybersecurity. Then you can imagine how important it is for all of us to think about new ways of managing the data. So, we are coming to an end. Does anybody know about Zalando company? Yes? Yes? All right. Oh, What now? Okay, there are some that don't know. Okay, who knows? Please don't answer. So, if I said, you know, that this is a, you know, you go to the Google, you search the company, the cases that they have, you know, you will learn about, you know, mindset change, data-driven insights. You will go to their even engineering blog. They don't even talk about their business. They talk about the technology, how technology should improve the businesses generally, not their own. You know, you see that there is a machine learning pipeline, you know, real-time maintenance. There is some technologies around the Apache, you know, who is, how they do in order to orchestrate the data. Or you have some career changes in the IT industry, you know, they're speaking about that. So I think that the obvious is for somebody to conclude and to say, this is the IT company. But this is a leading EU fashion, online fashion retailer from Germany. So there, in 2016, they bring and they created a position as this Alex, I think it was at the beginning of 2016, as a VP of Data and Machine Learning. I mean, this is Europe, this is not States, in the beginning of 2016. So, and at that point, they realized that the major topic for them is that they want to understand the whole sources, the whole types of data that they use. And they want to create a single platform, so the single access or unified layer for their clients, and not only the clients, but for their employees, to access all this data on the right way. So this modern data management concept is not it's not a simple part of a technology, it's not a solution, it's not a, you know, it's not an application. This is not. This is not a system integration. No, this is a mindset change. This is a cultural change from the top till the very bottom of the operational levels. So they said, we will forget about the modern about the monolithic data infrastructure, about the centralized data. We will forget about it. We will just go with the new concept, create the data as a product. Every data provider and every data creator will provide the data on the way like it is a product. And let's allow everybody to use it in the way how they should use it. First, I finished. So I took some screenshots. So go and play if you didn't. I mean, when you pick some product, you will see that it creates some its own combinations. You know, some Zalando recommendation. And this is not even a combination that they offer. This is just a combination. They create a picture for you. They create you know, the combination of some other stuff which totally doesn't have a connection with what you want to buy. So thank you very much, and I think that it was interesting. If you have any questions.
Marco, thank you. Very interesting presentation. I hope we have some quick questions. No?
No.
They understand everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I believe you enjoyed it. According to the plan and program, it's time for lunch. Also, you can taste some special Istrian wines and food at the beach, and we will see here at 14:55. Yes. As well. stories and sessions today. I hope you enjoy your lunch and that you have already made some useful connections, meetings, business opportunities. Now Ms. Dušanka Tišma, project manager of Python, will talk on the topic we called Soft POS knocks on the door. Dušanka, please, knocks on our stage.
Just one question. Can we use Jugoslovenian? Ako smo svi ili je to okej? Mislim, možemo da se razumemo, čisto da nije problem na engleski, ali... Aha, Serbian Croatian, okej, ili Croatian Serbian, da budemo equal, okej. Dobar dan svima, moje ime je Dušanka Tišma, dolazim ispred kompanije Pay10 i ovde na Adria Summitu sam zajedno sa kolegama iz Pay10-a i Chip Carda. Ukratko samo, Pay10 je regionalni lider u industrijama plaćanja, fokusirano na POS terminale, bankomate i sve što je vezano, da kažem, za mobilna plaćanja, plus Chip Card koji je tu prvenstveno, kažemo, u segmentu e-komerca i svih mogućih alternativnih plaćanja na internet prodajnim mestima. Iskoristit ću priliku i da danas i sutra, ako ste tu i ako vam je neka od payment, da kažem, i tema koje danas ne pokrivamo sa ovom prezentacijom zanimljiva, da iskoristimo priliku da popričamo, da se družimo i tako dalje. Ukratko, kompanija Pay10 trenutno sada posluje sa preko 120 banaka kod nas, da kažem, u regionu i u svetu. Održavamo mrežu od preko 1.000 POS terminala i oko 11.000 bankomata. Zanimljiva činjenica je da Chip Card kao naša procesing kuća mesečno negde oko 40 miliona transakcija, da kažemo, obradi i u domenu e-komerca preko milijardu transakcija godišnje. E sada, ova današnja tema, kažem, soft POS, ne mogu da ispratim ovaj video koji se već vrti, ali današnja ideja prezentacije je kao soft POS knocks on the door, u smislu kuca, imat ćemo konkretan case sa mojim specijalnim gostom danas koji će pričati o tome kako u stvari soft POS knocks on the door, a istovremeno i sam soft POS je knocks on the market, jer je to nešto što je, da kažem, rastuće payment rešenje. E sad, ja bih se malo prebacila i pričala o soft POS-u kao prvom licu da bi možda za onaj deo publike koji nije toliko upoznat sa ovom temom predstavila soft POS. Pa ja kao soft POS, u stvari ne kao Dušanka Tišma u narednih 10 minuta, sam u stvari jedna softverska aplikacija koja omogućava prihvat bezkontaktnih načina plaćanja na regularnim Android uređajima. Kada kažemo regularan Android, mislimo na sve telefone koje već koristite i koji trgovci mogu da iskoriste i za jednu instalaciju softverske aplikacije. Gde sam ja i šta je bitno za mene kao za soft POS? Trenutno sam live. Ja sam u produkciji sa nekoliko banaka i velikim brojem trgovaca koji generalno raste iz dana u dan. Sa brojem trgovaca naravno raste i broj soft POS transakcija. E sad, šta je to što mora da se uradi da bi se ja našla u produkciji, da bi soft POS bio u produkciji? Pre svega postoji određena implementacija, projekat implementacije koji podrazumeva vezu sa hostovima i sertifikacije. I to je nešto što kroz ta smo već prošli. Svaka moja banka koja radi sa mnom mora da prođe standardnu L3 contactless sertifikaciju, a ja kao soft POS rešenje da bi se uopšte našao na tržištu moram da budem L2 sertifikovan, to jest da prođem funkcionalne i security testove sa kartičarskim organizacijama. Trenutno sam sertifikovan za Visa, za Mastercard i za Amex brand, što ne znači da ne mogu da budem sertifikovan za još neki brand, samo je pitanje da li taj brand u stvari ima specifikaciju za contactless koju možemo da iskoristimo i da implementiramo u naše rešenje. Ta neka edukacija i te sertifikacije koje su, da kažemo, prošli, sad način na koji ja kao soft POS mogu da radim. Najpre mogu da radim kao zasebna white label aplikacija, to znači banka dostavi boje, dostavi logo, customizujemo aplikaciju, odrade se neke projektne aktivnosti i evo ja sam u produkciji. Naravno, postoji i drugi zahtevi. Neko dođe i kaže, ok, ali ja već imam neku aplikaciju i želeo bi da svoju aplikaciju integrišem sa tobom, sa soft POS aplikacijom. Tu postoje dva načina. Imamo jedan način integracije koji je u stvari deep link, gde main aplikacija, neka druga biznis aplikacija komunicira sa soft POS aplikacijom i o tome će malo više da ispriča naš specijalni gost danas. A neke druge, to je drugi tip integracije koji je zastupljen i zbog čega sam ja, to možete i da vidite ovde u CV-u, morala da prođem i Delta sertifikaciju, to je kada se soft POS SDK integriše u neku postojeću aplikaciju. Banka dođe, ima već određenu aplikaciju, koristi je za neke funkcionalnosti, ima možda već neke payment metode, i želi i soft POS da ubaci. I tu je konkretan primjer koji smo radili za jednu banku. Banka je došla i rekla, ok, ja već imam aplikaciju koju koristim za instant payment. Ta aplikacija se već vrti na Android telefonu, ne želim da nudim novi proizvod, želim samo da ovaj upotpunim. I mi smo onda tu postojeću aplikaciju koja je za instant payment samo integrisali sa soft POS SDK-em, da kažem, i dobili smo neku novu aplikaciju koja onda podržava dve metode. Kao što sam rekla na početku, možda najbitnija činjenica za sve ovde vas je da sam u produkciji sa nekoliko banaka. Taj broj banaka, da kažemo, raste možda ne iz dana u dan, ali iz meseca u mesec. Krenuli smo, prvi projekti su nam bili Češka, Slovačka, tako da sam prvo bio na tržištu Češke, na tržištu Slovačke, zatim malo Crna Gora, onda Srbija, Rumunija i sada se taj broj, da kažemo, banaka i zemalja referencije iz dana u dan upotpunjuje. Ono što jeste specifično za soft POS, i tu smo imali neke interne diskusije kada se svađamo da li sam ja kao soft POS nov ili sam mlad proizvod, iz nekog razloga možda sam već i zreo na tržištu jer eto već od 2021. kada smo, znači imam već 2 godine nekog iskustva, ali opet iz dana u dan ako se poredi sa kartičnim plaćanjima, sa regularnim POS terminalima, sam u potpunosti nov, jer je Android kao operativni sistem i platforma na koja se soft POS vrti nešto u potpunosti novo. Tako da neki novi izazovi sa kojima se možda kod regularnih POS terminala nismo susretali, sada se susrećemo jer su to u stvari neki deo izazovi Android platforme. I tu ima jedan deo sekcije tamo u CV-u koji se bavi u stvari nekim soft POS hobijima. To su u stvari ti neki specifični uređaji. I onda dolaze banke, imaju neke specifične trgovce, oni imaju malo neke drugačije Android uređaje koji nisu samo Android telefoni ili tableti i onda se postavlja pitanje kako će soft POS da radi, da li može da radi i tu onda provlačimo ove neke integracije o kojima će moj gost malo kasnije i više ispričati. Tako da, otprilike, to je nešto uopšteno o soft POS-u o meni i sve vas koje zanima možda neka zemlja ili neka banka, da li imaju soft POS rešenje ili će imati soft POS rešenje, mogu malo više da popričaju sa nama o tome. A ja bih samo zamolila sad Milana. Milan Stojković je IT direktor kompanije Daily Express sa kojima smo mi, kažem, započeli saradnju kada smo krenuli u implementaciju soft POS projekta. Tako da, eto, Milane, ako možeš malo više da ispričaš o samom našem kejsu, kako je sve, da kažem, nastalo i kakvi su vaši načini integracije. Izvoli.
Hvala, Dušanka. Ja sam Milan Stojković, direktor IT-a i razvoja u Daily Expressu u kurirskoj službi u Srbiji. Plaćanje karticom, kao što je Dušanka rekla, već postoji x godina unazad, 10, 15, 20 godina i tako dalje. I sad, verovatno se svi pitaju šta je sad toliko novo kod plaćanja karticom, ali ovo rešenje je to što smo mi čekali preko 15 godina, iz razloga što je naše okruženje potpuno specifično. Sve što retail industrija ima na lokaciji, u zatvorenoj radnji, zaštićeno od klimatskih uslova i tako dalje, mi imamo na terenu. Sve se to dešava na terenu, na udaljenim lokacijama, kod kurira koji se nalaze na isporuci po selima, gradovima i tako dalje, funkcionišu preko mobilne mreže i funkcionišu sa PD uređajima. PD uređaji su nešto slično kao mobilni telefoni, ali u enterprise okruženju sa specifičnim zahtevima, specifičnom tehnologijom i tako dalje i sve mora da se prilagodi njima. Da bismo primenili stara rešenja sa standardnim POS terminalima, morali bismo svakom kuriru da damo poseban uređaj, da obezbedimo, mi imamo negde oko 750 kurira na terenu, 20 i nešto udaljenih lokacija, znači samo toliko strujnih utičnica za punjenje PDA uređaja, odnosno novih dodatnih uređaja, za menadžment tih uređaja, kontrolu, servisiranje i tako dalje. Tako da dodavanje bilo kog uređaja u naš sistem je jako komplikovana stvar. Uvođenjem soft POS-a koristimo iste PD uređaje koje već koristimo, isti management sistem, isti, znači kuriri zadužuju iste stvari i tako dalje, i jednostavno omogućavamo da sa istim uređajem bez dodatne investicije, odnosno investicijom samo u softver, omogućimo da na terenu primamo platne kartice. Tako da nešto što postoji jako dugo, sada je došlo do tog trenutka da smo mogli prosto da počnemo da koristimo to rešenje. Sa soft POS-om ne investiramo u druge stvari, ne investiramo u novi hardware i prosto koristimo to što imamo. Šta sam ovde, samo ovako, da. Oko implementacije. Implementacija je trajala negde oko 4 meseca, s tim što u tih 4 meseca smo implementaciju vršili tokom letnjeg perioda, pa prosto je i dosta kraće trebalo da, odnosno moglo da se završi, ali ajde da kažemo da je 4 meseca bilo dovoljno. To što smo radili i s jedne i s druge strane je bila dovoljno dobra ekipa da prosto smo se razumeli u celom procesu implementacije, nije bilo nekih većih problema. Sve što smo mi mislili da napomenemo Pay10-u i sve što su oni mislili da napomenu nama već se podrazumevalo, završeno je kako treba. Jako bitna stvar je bio cross-checking sistem, odnosno sistem po kome smo mi proveravali sa naše strane šta je odrađeno tokom naplate i očekivali smo od Pay10-a da nam dostavljaju informacije šta su oni čekirali tokom naplate, ali u stvari oni su ljudi već imali to razvijeno, tako da je to došlo do spajanja i funkcionisanja kako smo ih onako zamislili. Da li ima nekih pitanja ili nekoga još nešto dodatno interesuje?
Ja samo nešto da dodam pre pitanja. Negde sam zaboravila možda da napomenem soft POS i primer u smislu Daily Expressa kao jedne biznis vertikale i soft POS jeste idealan za te biznis vertikale, tako da neki agenti insurance kompanija, delivery, taksi, oni su idealan primjer tih biznis vertikala. I ono što je bilo zanimljivo, prvi neki je bilo da je generalno soft POS namenjen za te male mikrotrgovce koji nemaju, da kažemo, da investiraju u hardware i njima je super da iskoriste te postojeće uređaje koje imaju, to je telefone za soft POS i za prihvat kartica. I kada smo krenuli 2021. i prve banke i prvi trgovci, tu jeste bio neki procenat gde se pokazalo da je bio veći broj tih malih i mikrotrgovaca koji do sad nisu ni imali način da prihvataju bezgotovinsko plaćanje. I onda prvo tu je primer i Daily i neki drugi primeri biznis vertikala, tako da smo sad već došli, da kažemo, nakon neke 2 godine iskustva, sve veći je broj i sve veći procenat ide u stvari u smeru tih biznis vertikala, tako da se i ono što je možda krucijalno kod tih biznis vertikala, zašto su one možda i negde iskočile, a nismo ih prepoznali na početku, baš iz ovog razloga što je Milan naveo. Oni su imali te neke uređaje koji jesu bili Android i služili su im za neke druge svrhe, a možda negde nisu ni bili svesni. Ok, oni su željno iščekivali to pa su pratili šta se dešava na tržištu, ali eto, ako i vi imate primer ili pričate sa nekim trgovcima, ako bi ovo moglo da im bude zanimljivo rešenje, treba eto to čisto imati negde, da kažem, na umu. I samo sam to htela da dodam. Sad, je li ima nekih možda pitanja?
Evo ja ću se uključiti sada. Pretpostavljam da ima pitanja.
Izvolite. Zakonski je regulisano, tu nema problema. Mislim, to je rešenje koje, da kažem, je nastalo i otišlo od strane kartičarskih organizacija od PCI-a. Sa tim da je PCI malo zakasnio sa ovom specifikacijom koja je plus PIN i onda su se samo prvi projekti koji su otišli su bili ono da su u skladu sa pravilima Vize, Mastercarda i pomenutog Amexa, a sada krajem prošle godine u stvari je PCI izdao specifikaciju, ali sad to treba dobro da se, kažem, ispregleda i da rešenje bude i u skladu sa njim. Tako da za sad su sva rešenja Viza i Master. A konkretno vezano za Bosnu, da, sad bukvalno u toku juna meseca očekujemo prve 2 banke koje će biti u produkciji sa soft POS-om, tako da eto možemo i kasnije da vam damo nekih malo više informacije čisto oko ovih načina integracije pa da imate na umu. Šta?
Hvala vam puno na ovoj prezentaciji. Now we are continuing in English. After Dušanka, Ivona Zukijati, Head of Sales Support X Express, arrives at the podium. And the topic is Trade and Connect X Express, Port of E-Commerce Revolution. Please.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the presentation of X-Express company. I will continue my presentation in English, especially because we have already a video prepared with the voice. But for the beginning, let me introduce myself. I'm Ivona Zukjati, Head of Sales Support at X-Express Career Company from Bosnia and Herzegovina. E-commerce is a hot topic in the whole region, and we know how it's important, the delivery of products, and I'm very happy to be here to share with you some very useful insights about e-commerce market, telling you more about our role as a company in this whole segment. A very nice guy from the organization told me, Ivona, please make the presentation that works even if you were not there. So I accepted the challenge. Let's watch the video together.
X-Express is a partner of E-Commerce Association in Bosnia and Herzegovina who recently run a comprehensive research in order to identify key trends, opportunities and areas for unlocking the potential of e-commerce. Discover E-commerce Revolution research shows significant opportunities for economic growth and strengthening of local, regional and international business in the e-commerce area. Data in 2022 show that Bosnia and Herzegovina is recording steady growth. The growth of online sales in 2022 is 57% higher than in 2021. The number of transactions has increased by 62%, and the number of e-shops is constantly increasing. E-commerce market revenue amounted to $206.3 million in 2020. Revenue is expected to show an annual growth of 8.1% by 2025. Research results show about online customers that 78% of them shop online using mobile phone, 83% shop in web shops in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 21% of online purchases are made in EU countries, 16% shop on social media platforms. Online payments and delivery section show that 57% of respondents use at least one card for online payments, 21% have a separate account or card exclusively for online purchases. 70% shoppers prefer cash on delivery, and 80% of them prefer home delivery through courier services.
So, these were some interesting facts from the latest survey run by our partner, E-Commerce Association from Bosnia and Herzegovina. As the e-commerce market is developing, our industry is gaining additional importance. For instance, if you have a product to sell, you have a product, you have a great website, you have a user-friendly platform, you define your methods of payment, that's great. But you need one more thing to succeed, and it's a reliable courier service company, which is a very important or essential puzzle of the e-commerce segment. When we speak about our company was founded in 2016, and in this very short period of time, we managed to be among two leading companies in the field, with a market share of 30%. And we are also very experienced in doing business with B2C segment, where the total share of B2C shipments in total our delivery is 79%. As also we had the chance today to hear before, the biggest growth of e-commerce happened during COVID-19 period, where literally some companies survived because they found a way and they managed to open web shops and to provide their products on the market, and of course using our services. But what is behind our success? Behind our success, there are very important numbers. We count more than 700 employees. We have a fleet with over 450 delivery vehicles. We have a very strategic network which is covering whole Bosnia and Herzegovina region, which consists in 17 distribution centers and 4 parcel shops. We have a loyal customer base with over 14,000 loyal and satisfied customers. And as we like to keep our numbers high, 98% is our success delivery rate. When we think about the 2022 year, it was a very challenging year, and I think that was very challenging for all of us, especially because of the high cost of fuel, materials, services. Imagine only our business and the fuel. It's something that we need on the daily job. Then the high inflation rate, the outflow of qualified labor. That was also something that was affecting us, especially when we think about career, so people who will deliver products, and in the warehouses. But with the redefined strategy, with set priorities, with the enthusiasm of the whole X-Express team, and with the use of technology such as Militech for reporting and routing, we managed to succeed. We managed to respond to market challenges, and the company was awarded with the fastest growing company in the industry. This award really means a lot to us, and especially is the motivation for us to continue to be present on the market and to push even harder our success. The 2023, we like to see it as the year of innovation and development. Being recognized as fast-growing company, as a leading company. What we like, our clients expect X-Express to follow trends, to bring additional value for its services. So if you're looking for a partner, a logistic partner, that partner should provide you couple of benefits. First of all, it should provide you the integration part with all platforms, which enables fast data exchange and shipment processing. The second thing is should provide you different methods of delivery, like the same-day delivery, next-day delivery, parcel shops, parcel lockers. What is becoming more important from day to day for both sides, for sellers and for customers, is the real-time shipment tracking. And also the variety of reporting models is also very important, and that can be such as SMS notifications, web services, and so on. As a company, we are very focused on one big project, and that's parcel locker implementation, and hopefully to have good news by this autumn. Because if we manage to implement that, we will have a totally new customer experience for our customers. As a company, we like to set new standards in business, and one of them is certainly the care for the environment. We are the first logistic company which is investing in, which is promoting green logistics by investing in electric delivery cars. We have them. They are already on the road. You can see them in Banja Luka, Sarajevo, and Trebinje as of now. We created a very new branding for those cars. They are very different from the regular ones, where the blue, green, and white color dominate. They're very eye-catchy, and they're really representing something good, which is, I mean, our mission. The second thing that we did recently, which had a great success, was April 22nd, the Earth Planet Day, where our colleagues and their children had the possibility to plant more than 1,000 seedlings and plants. So basically, I really enjoyed this activity because I was able to be with my friends in the natural, and my colleagues in the natural environment, creating our new memories, and at the same time doing something good for the environment in which we operate. Before I leave the stage, there is a custom in my country which says when you come for the first time in somebody's house, you shouldn't come with empty hands. And my colleague Brane, if you can help me, I brought a present for you, especially it's a present in light of green, because we promote that it's in to be green, so we brought a present for you. That present is a pencil, but it's not a regular pencil. It's a pencil with a seed on the top. When you plant it, after 10 to 15 days, you will have a beautiful mint, with a beautiful smell. And that will be the first successful connection between you and X Express company. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Before you leave the stage, you have to answer some questions, I suppose, from the audience. Any questions? No? Thinking again?
Everything was clear. Maybe they're waiting for presents.
They're waiting for presents. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will leave the stage.
Thank you again. And now there is another panel with a very interesting name, at least for us who live and work here in the region. We called it Unlocking Synergies in Adria. What does that mean and what kind of synergy we mean? With the moderator Zorana Milidrag, President of E-Commerce Association of Serbia, talks Marcel Majsan, President of Croatian E-Commerce Association, Nikola Ilchev, founder of E-Commerce Academy, and Ivan Tanaskovic, Director of E-Commerce Association of Serbia. The stage is yours. Yes, of course.
Who recently ran a comprehensive research in order to identify key trends, opportunities, and areas for unlocking the potential of e-commerce. Discover e-commerce revolution. Research shows significant opportunities for economic growth and strengthening of local,
Okay, you can look at us because we have to wait 5 more minutes.
Yes, we have to wait one more participant just for 5 minutes because we finished earlier.
Let's start with planting the tree. Thank you for the present.
Mr. Marcel Majsan.
Yeah. Last minute delivery.
Hi guys.
He's the host here from Croatia, so he's like at home. That's why he can be late. Okay. Hello all. Thank you for coming here today. My name is Zorana Milidrag and I'm president of E-Commerce Association of Serbia and also Global E-Commerce Director in Sport Vision company. I know that actually, our region, Adria region, is not so well known about the collaboration. But if we judge this e-com cover, actually, by the e-com cover, the book, I can say that actually we have really good synergy pattern between us. Today, I will start from there, not from you even, sorry, but because you are mine, I don't want to be rude. So we have Nikola Ilchev, founder of the Bulgarian e-commerce academy. Then Marcel from e-commerce association of Croatia, and Ivan Tanaskovic from as a director of Serbian e-commerce association. I'm really sorry that today we don't have Bosnian and North Macedonian team, because then you could actually see what real collaboration looks like. And fun fact is actually that Serbian e-commerce association was found on the one call of Marcel, and with the huge help of Nina from North Macedonian association. So I can say that we definitely started this collaboration from the very beginning, and our synergy. Today we are going to have three major topics. First one is going to be what are the maturity of the markets between the countries, to hear 3 points of view. Then we have education, both from the part of the business and from the part of the customer. And the third topic is actually the one about synergy and collaboration. I can say, as I said at the beginning, that we have really good synergy between all of us, and actually the business is having that synergy. But today I would like also to point out what are maybe the opportunities we can also discuss with authorities who can actually enable this synergy and collaboration much better and in a different sense. Okay, our first topic about the maturity. I hear quite often that our market is not that developed, our customers don't understand everything. If I would sell in EU markets, that would be totally different. When we look at the numbers from Statista, for example, in 2021, e-commerce market in European Union was 730 billion euros. So we should definitely start thinking about expanding the market, but maybe we should start from CEFTA or Adria region. Maybe we don't have that big cake of European Union, but maybe we can actually focus on the Adria region and try to develop all of our current markets. When we talk about that customer, the one from EU, I would start with Nicola. Can you please explain us how that customer actually look like, and what should we look for, like hope for, that we are going to one day get, hopefully?
Thank you for the question, and I would like to say that I'm very pleased to be here with you today and have a great discussion. If I have to speak about the customer in the EU part of our region, which is obviously Greece, Bulgaria, where I come from, and Romania, and later on probably Marcel will cover a little bit about Croatia and Slovenia. But in our part, the customer just got a little bit better educated after the COVID pandemic. It is not like they didn't know about technology, they didn't know how to use internet, but nowadays we see a lot more searches, a lot more people are using internet as their first destination when they have to find a product. And this has its pros and cons, because by being better educated on how to use the digital world to find their products, people are having actually better researches, and if a company wants to get to those markets and get the attention of those customers, they should be having great offers, great prices, great quality of the products.
So it is like in our region, we are all price sensitive, I would say.
Yeah. And the other thing is that, they're also very time sensitive, and in terms of deliveries, they're payment sensitive in terms of this, that our region, no matter that we are in the European Union for such a long period of time, we still don't use so much card payments or bank transfers, so everything is like a huge percentage is cash on delivery, which is...
You maybe know what is actually the percentage, for example, in Bulgaria or Romania?
In Bulgaria and Romania, it is getting lower, but it's approximately 60 to 70%, varies from the country. In Bulgaria, it's almost 70%.
It's card. 60% of card or cash?
Cash on delivery.
Marcelo, what is the percentage in Croatia?
Well, if you ask the buyers, they will say that most of them prefer to pay with card. But if you ask the sellers, they will say that like 50 to 80% of all online orders are cash on delivery.
And in Serbia, even like 10, 15?
Yeah, 10 to 15 are the cards, and the rest is
cash on delivery.
COD, yes.
Okay, sorry.
So it's pretty similar, but there is a difference, and there is something that everybody should know. When a foreign company wants to start in Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece, they should focus on having a local payment solution, because the customers are always looking, if they want to pay with a card, they are always looking on what exactly the payment provider is, who is what's the brand. So I saw the presentation earlier, and if this payment solution is on our market, they don't have a chance. If I go somewhere, or the regular customer go on a website and see that payment solution, they might be, whoa, this is not something I know, this is not a company I can rely on.
So it's a matter of trust.
Yes. So probably this is something that also increased the cash on delivery.
Okay. Thank you. Even when we look at Serbian market, actually 3 years ago during the pandemic, actually before the pandemic, we had e-commerce on the level of statistical error. Can you say what is actually happening now? And because I think at this moment, every business, serious business, they have e-commerce as well. So can you tell us, did the e-commerce life started now in Serbia? Yeah. And what is the approximately size of the market, if you can share some info with us?
Yes, thank you. Just to say hi to all. Just to mention, you in the one sentence you pronounce the pandemic word two times, and I know how you hate it. So basically you're right. The pandemic has made the mind change shift towards online, not only for consumers in Serbia, but also for the decision makers in companies, and we see that change. Of course, a couple of our colleagues from the e-commerce association board of the directors actually talked about this maybe 5 or some of us in even 10 years, and even now you're surprised to see the change finally. And I say that the change not even come only to Serbia, but also the Balkan region as well. So we see that on the market. And the numbers actually confirms that. Basically, we did the analysis from the numbers that is provided from National Bank of Serbia, and actually into 2022 in Serbia we had 42 million online transactions paid by card, and that is a value around 1.2 billion euros. And if we took that percentages on the first question, roughly around 10%, for example, that is the 10th of the market value. So basically, even though we are a very young market in the terms of e-commerce, I would say that approximately value of 10 billion euros, it's very good from the market. And this is roughly percentage and roughly value, but I think that is very good for the small market as Serbia.
Yeah, that just started their life. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Marcel, Croatia is in the middle of European Union we are talking about so much, even though the topic is Adria region, but can you say that actually e-commerce is also in the middle of Europe, and maybe if you have some data regarding what is the percentage or what is the value of the Croatian players selling outside of Croatia? And sorry, I have 3 questions in one, but everything that comes on my mind. And if you can share with us about the Croatian habits, do they prefer to buy online from the local players, or they are actually ordering more from the foreign players?
Okay, I don't know where to start, but I'll just start
start
speaking
from wherever,
so you can ask questions. Anyway, if you look at the web shops only, the quality of web shops, we are doing certifications for 6 years now, 5 years, and also we are doing e-com awards for 5 years. And we can see that most of our retailers, web shop owners have really quality web shops. And also we have meetups every month presenting new tools, new strategies, new tactics. They like to be in trend. They like to follow everything. They are really trying really hard to become better. And also they are really, if you ask me, trustworthy. 99% of them are basically following all the guidelines, and they only what they need to do is when they become a member of our association is they get a trust mark if they oblige, how do you say that, to all the guidelines we have. But most of them are pretty good. But if you look at the revenues, of course, the situation is not like this. And the problem isn't because of the sellers. The problem is the market. It's a small market. And 50% of them are selling online, cross-border. Cross-border. But
50%?
50%. We made a research, I will present it later. But the big problem is why more of them are not selling cross-border is because of the high logistic costs. It's the #1 reason, you know. And if you ask the Croatian buyers, also because we made research among buyers, 50% of them are buying locally, 50% are buying cross-border. But most of them who buy like big purchases like home furniture, electronic devices, they buy locally. Why do they do that? Because of trust, because of warranty, because of fast delivery, stuff like that. Myself, I have my own web shop that I started 2 years ago, and it's a hobby project. I just do it to make educations for sellers. But I took one product that you can buy on Amazon for, I think, $30. I sell it for 70 euros. And they still buy. Why do they do that? Because they trust you. It's not everything about price. Because they trust you, they want fast delivery, they want warranty, and they want, I don't know, differentiation. We have a good story, you know. So I think that Croatian market is really high up to the European standards, because I was traveling all over the conferences, and when, for example, I was 5 years ago in Czech and in Poland, somebody asked, like, how did you manage to make such a successful web shops? Which tactics do you use? Tactics? No, we just love what we do, you know. So it's a big market, you know. Yeah, I think it's easier because of the market. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm doing this for 10 years, and I see...
But the competition is bigger there.
Yes, competition is bigger, but also they have more buyers. I mean, we have 4 million people, maybe 500,000 of them are buying online, like seriously buying online, not like one time, you know. So it's you should go cross-border if you want to make more money. This is the biggest issue is actually how to start selling cross-border. Yeah.
That's the thing, yeah. We'll talk about cross-border more later on. I would like, because you mentioned at the beginning that education, and I think maybe all of us would say that education is the biggest barrier in terms of fast growth in our region, both customers and the business. And Nicola, this is your territory. You are the founder of e-commerce academy in Bulgaria. So can you tell us which knowledge is most common there in the business that are attending the academy, and where do you think what should they focus more, what should they learn more, and which part they are not putting enough attention on?
Like 7-8 years ago, when was we call it like a renaissance, not renaissance, but the love period for e-commerce in Bulgaria, when everybody was starting this, everybody was seeing somebody doing something online, and they were all asking how to do that, how to start. And most of the shops were born during probably 2014, 2018, something like this. Everybody was, afraid how to, and was focusing on how to bring traffic. So they learned very well how to do advertisement online through the social media, Google, everywhere. And at some point they got very good on that. So this is not something we are focusing anymore, because pretty much everybody knows how to do that. They use digital agencies. Something that we see right now is that they should focus on customer support. This is something that a lot of e-com businesses are pretty much not having in their model at all.
But do you think it is important for our region?
It's very important, because in my opinion, having the traffic coming in and acquiring a customer, it's not enough, because this might be a person that will buy once from you, and we better than anybody else know that just having a customer to buy from us once is very expensive. Once we have the customer with us, we have to make his lifetime value greater. So this means that we have to find tools to keep this customer and to earn as much as possible from him. So this is why
retention is really important. Yeah.
Yes, and customer support is really important. Another thing that we should teach our partners, the shops, and also the customers. Actually, customers are already aware of that. The legal side of the business. You cannot imagine how many businesses are not returning the money in the period that they have to. They're not, treating their customers when they have problems. So this is something that we are focusing right now. And on the other side, when we talk about the education of the customer in terms of digital field, they know their rights. So customers, they already know their rights, and they're checking this. They're socially proving all the e-shops they're buying from. They're checking online if they have reviews, if they have comments on social media. So this is something very important, and this is something very common for Bulgaria, Romania, so our region, basically. So once again, if somebody is focusing on those markets and wants to sell there, the company should be very well prepared in that area, in my opinion.
So if you want to go to that market, talk to Nicola. And Marcel, you're really into this topic. I think your academy is now for 6 years. You have 6 years. You have the academy. Can you tell us what is? And I know it is really important on Croatian market. You mentioned previously, like that people trust you. They follow what you tell them, not only in terms of getting the trust mark, but also to set up the business. What do you think that make such a long life for your academy, and why is so important? What is the biggest value you are giving with that academy to the businesses?
It's not just about the academy. I mean, the academy was started 2 years after we founded the association, but before that we did the education of the market through blogs, through meetups, through researchers, stuff like that. Academy was, to be honest, started because we needed to make money, because we are not funded by government or anybody. So this was our main goal. But what I found out after 12 academies academy is actually 8 lectures provided by 8 professionals from the region.
But it is in person.
Of course, it's in person. We offer online educations, but I prefer that you come in person because, to be honest, the biggest value of this kind of education is mentorship. You get from these people that are giving you presentations.
And they are all from business, the mentors?
Not only they are from business, they are in business like 10, 15, 20 years.
Okay.
And when you sign up for our academy, you pay like 100 euros per lesson, which is 5 hours. And you get for free mentorship of this person for the whole day. You work on your project, and for the whole academy, which is 8 weeks, you get free consultations. This is the biggest like takeaway from the academy. And I always say to the people, when you come to the academy, you will not learn how to build a web shop. You can do this. You can buy a Udemy education for $5 and you can learn this. But what you can learn from us is how to avoid all the mistakes that we did. So ask questions, be involved, ask us to look at your web shops, to make a case study on your project if you want to build a web shop or an online business, anything. We are here for you. So this is the biggest takeaway. This and of course our speakers, our lecturers, because they are with us since the beginnings, and they are very well respected in the audience.
Great,
in the region.
Because I'm asking, is it in person to give us the overview of the concept? Because in Serbia, even can you tell us more about that? You actually started 3 years ago with the academy during the pandemic, and it started online, like an online course. Do you think is that kind of approach is enough? And regarding the maturity of the market, do you think is it enough just to go through that one course, or maybe there should be more courses regarding the different maturity of the business and of the market?
Yeah, very good question. Thank you. The guys actually gave me very
good ideas.
Good ideas and entry for my answer. Basically, after the 3 years, as you said, we started in pandemic, and under that circumstances, the VOD, the video on demand platform, was a great solution. Zorana knows the best how they actually work it out.
I'm moderator, just I'm having that role today. Sorry.
Yeah. So basically, the colleagues did a great job. The market actually loved that. The companies, the merchants show very good interest in the education. But now, after 3 years, we kind of felt it should go even higher. Actually, we called it level up. I will talk about that even more in the presentation afterwards. So basically, we kind of making a concept for the new level of the education for the experience e-com and the digital managers, as well as the decision makers who are going to, how to say, widen their views or find how to grasp the new technology into their businesses and so on. So basically, we are working on that, and we are thinking that in the last quarter of this year, we are going to have something similar. Marcel will having in now. So basically, I'm sharing your opinion, but the human touch in the education is very important. And when you divide yourself from any abstractions, when you go to the classroom or on some hall with the presentations, it's much more, how to say that? You will learn, it's personal, and you will learn more. So,
Marcel, can you tell me, did you have maybe some repeated?
Yes.
That was actually the question.
We have a lot of companies that are sending new people all the time, you know, because they are satisfied. And but what is key here is what Ivan said. Not only personal, but interaction. You know, because if you are only listening, you will not get what you paid for. Yeah. I don't want people to. I actually was thinking about canceling the online stream, but they are asking me, constantly asking me, we will cancel the online stream of the conference. I'm all for the networking, for the live events, but for the academy, I get it. It's not easy for people to travel from like Dubrovnik to Zagreb 8 times in a row, so that's a problem. But it's so hard to make interactions with people that you don't see in the face for the speakers, you know.
And not only this, I don't want to interrupt you, but I recently found a study that already with this all online learning and working and everything doing online, people are trying to multitasking during the session. So they're maybe cooking, maybe cooking, they're maybe babysitting, and they're watching a course which is super important for them, but how important it can be if I'm cooking or changing a diaper, you know, this is...
But what is your opinion about, I asked that to Ivan, but I want to hear your opinion about the different levels. For example, you started 6 years ago, in Serbia it was 3 years ago, and now the business are on some level. You cannot offer them the same education. You need to change something, and the e-commerce and the digital ecosystem is changing. Maybe you can tell me, Marcel, also, what do you think that changed the most in the last 2 or 3 years in Croatia in the digital ecosystem? So if we have that change, you have a different maturity of the market. Should academy change as well? So I have, again, 2 questions for you.
Not too much, because human psychology is always the same. So people buy online like they bought offline, just the methods and tools are different. So what we are changing is Google Analytics, SEO, and stuff like that. But strategy, digital marketing strategy, I don't know, okay, legal stuff is changing. We are trying to be up to date, but what we are offering is a change of mindset. What we are offering is like a concept, how to start, how to avoid the mistakes, how to speak with developers, you know, some stuff don't change. So to be honest, like 80% of all the materials stay the same, but they are sending new people because new people want to know how to, it's for managers, it's not for specialists, it's not for people that want to like build their own web shops. I say to them, don't bother paying for this academy. You have Udemy course, you have free YouTube courses. When you come to our academy, you have to know what you are doing already. You have to have a plan, a project. If you don't have it, please don't do it. You know, we don't want to spoil the experience for somebody, you know.
Usually, actually, masterminds or sessions where people are discussing are helping a lot, because even if somebody is not on such a high level as everybody else, they're helping him to stretch a little bit his mind and his, let's say, brain muscles to catch up with all the information. And I have seen people on a lower level just sitting in the room and listening to other big businesses, let's call them this way, and learning a lot more from their experience and actually from their mistakes, because most probably the best way to learn is to just do some stuff and make mistakes. And if you can learn from anybody else's mistakes, it's a lot better, of course. Also, but masterminds are working great.
Also, I want to add, sorry for interrupting you, but so I don't forget, a big advantage of this kind of education is you can share the knowledge between your peers, between students, because those students are mostly like managers and web shop owners of successful stores. We had a lot of times where from one side it was a web shop manager, and from the other side was developer who is building his web shops, and they're all on our academy, you know. And also we have competitions companies, so it's really interesting.
So we have the synergy definitely regarding and collaboration regarding the educational part, but we all here live from the sales and from the money. So let's talk about that part of the synergy. And you mentioned, Marcel, previously regarding the cross-border, and I think it is super important that we talk about cross-border in Adria region, because you said Croatia is small market, Serbia, even Bulgaria, like those are all smaller markets. Definitely we would all benefit from that synergy. There are statistics that says that cross-border in European Union is 25% of overall e-commerce sales, which in numbers is 171 billion euros in 2021. So you understand, and it is also, I read that 70% is the growth from the 2020 to 2021, even after the pandemic. I mention it again, sorry. So you understand, okay, maybe we cannot talk about that big number, but at least in Adria region, we can discuss this part. Can you tell us, Nicola, maybe more about, you have a lot of sales between, cross-border sales between Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and even Greece. Like, let's put that in this East EU region. Can you tell us more about that type of cross-border between East region? And do you think it would be good for a Bulgarian market to be the part of this Adria e-commerce, let's say, part? Because I mentioned previously, it is good to be in some West EU markets, but the competition is higher. So if you would enter actually in those of our region, the competition is actually less, and it can be like a good benefit for Bulgarian players. And I would also like to hear from you regarding different timing. We have people from logistics here, so it is important to hear how people are reacting to different timing of cross-border deliveries.
So once again, you have 3 questions in one, and I will try to, to answer all of them, not at once, separately. So first of all, yeah, for us it's kind of a lot easier nowadays to do cross-border with Greece, Romania, Hungary, because being part of EU is really lowering delivering times. You know, the way that goods are crossing borders is much easier nowadays. I remember the days when it wasn't, so I can compare both. The thing is that it's not like it's not easy to do cross-border, but sometimes when you go to a new market, you have to be prepared, and your website should look, you know, natively to the guy buying from it. You cannot rely on having, first of all, your website on a different language. This is a big issue because Greek language, Bulgarian, Romanian, Hungarian, they're all different, and by different, I mean completely. They have nothing in common. So this is the first issue. Then you should be able to, you know, not only write the correct language, but also speak the correct language, because some words, you know, we know that some native things are appearing, and you have to be ready for that. I can give you a perfect example of a huge Bulgarian business who entered the Romanian market. They translated, they did everything great, but they didn't do much sales in the beginning, and they realized that the Romanian market just don't trust this website. Why? Because they're a very big business in Bulgaria, but they're nobody in Romania. So they changed the strategy, they changed the communication, they explained to the customer that they're huge, quite huge, and actually their goods were kind of goods that are usually copied by some guys. So the thing is that they changed the whole communication strategy. They explained how big they are in Bulgaria and that their goods are real brands, and everything changed for like a week for them. So they start selling pretty well just by changing the communication. Regarding the delivery times and the interest of businesses coming to Adria, we just had an event in beginning of April called Balkan E-commerce Summit, where more than 500 people participated from 17 countries. I can tell you that a lot of businesses from Greece, Romania, Bulgaria are interested in new markets and close markets, because for us it's very hard to bring our goods all the way to Germany, France, and there is a big competition there, not only from small stores, but also from the big guys like Amazon, Kaufland, all the big marketplaces. So Adria might be, I mean, it's already an interesting place to be, Adria region. But we know that because of this EU, non-EU, cross-border challenges, let's not call them problems, this is kind of hard. So this is probably an area where we should work in, and we should try to find a solution. But even if somebody decides to come here, I don't know how it's for you, or vice versa. If somebody from the Adria region wants to come and sell to our region, the delivery time should be pretty quick. People in our area, customers are, they're expecting to place the order, to press the button for the order, and to hear the bell rings at the door, so somebody is already bringing the delivery, the package. They expect 24 to 48 hours maximum. So if somebody is coming to our markets, he should definitely think about a fulfillment solution or having its own warehouse somewhere near. And in my opinion, it's kind of easy to estimate where they should be, because most of the orders in our region are coming from the capital. So in Bulgaria, it's like 60 to 65%. Depends on the niche, depends on the vertical, of course. But 60 to 65% of all orders are coming from Sofia, and it's pretty much the same in Bucharest.
Okay, thank you. Ivan, would you feel threatened if the people from Adria region will start selling in Serbia? Do you think it's a good opportunity for the closed markets we are, especially Serbia, North Macedonia, and Bosnia, maybe? Or you think it's also good opportunity from the players from Serbia and for this region to start selling in EU, like Marcel said, that 50% of the sales are cross-border sales in Croatia?
Yeah, it's very interesting you mentioned that. That is a coin with two sides as well. So
no, it's okay.
I'll be
you don't have to be a gentleman. I will continue like this. No, don't worry.
Basically, as I said, very great question, and I think the businesses need that cross-border. I will emphasize that non-EU part of the Adria Balkan, that GIZ is actually having that project on the CEFTA market. Okay. They are trying to loosen up the bureaucracy knot for the cross-border.
And what is the biggest obstacle there? In bureaucracy part?
Yeah, every country has its own problems, I say, and actually they are going to boost it towards the EU. So if some of the countries will, in that process, get in the EU, it's not going to be a problem. But I think the major beneficiary is the CEFTA market for now, who actually can maybe hope in the near future to have some, some of the market, some of the part of the Adria that you can send cross-border orders.
So the custom is the problem at this
moment? Custom is the bureaucracy is the problem, and delivery in the other countries is another issue, another topic. The other part of the question is EU, and that is something that we should all hope for. But there is, there is a problem who lies behind because in our markets we have great big players who are going to even boost it more. But we have a lot of small players who actually will not have some gain out of it, because the Serbian buyers will actually try to buy cross-border, as Marta said. So I'm thinking that a lot of younger population who purchasing, they are going to try to buy something from Zalando, Farfetch, that we are now currently in Serbia we cannot do. So basically,
but you see, Marcel said that actually they don't want, they're still buying more from the local players. They would prefer. Yeah. And we in Serbia would love that we can actually buy from outside. Yeah. Okay, you mentioned bureaucracy. What would be that one thing you would ask from authorities? Okay, please change this, if someone can hear us, what it would be. Okay, let's start from Nicola.
I hope I won't steal the answer of everybody else, but one thing for sure is the way the customs work and all the fees and everything, and you know, the way all the documentation is worked on, because this is for sure something that is a big challenge for a lot of businesses. Is kind of expensive. It's not kind of, it's always expensive in terms of time, documents, transport. You know, sometimes goods are moved a few times, they're shipped a few times just to be checked or something like this. So this is one thing. So if you guys, I have some other ideas, but if you guys
want... continue. We have time, so you can add, or Marcel can start, and then...
In that case.
Yeah.
Yes, something else is like a program. I have heard about programs that are helping foreign businesses when they enter a new market. For example, you know, they provide them with additional, let's say, funds so they can advertise online or something like this. So this is something that I'm not sure how good does it sound in terms of, for example, Serbia helping foreign businesses to steal some business from the local businesses, but there should be some ways, because in my opinion, a lot of people in Bulgaria are usually saying, why you are inviting foreign businesses to come here and to see our market? They will change the market. And I'm always answering, yeah, but this is the whole idea, because if you have more competitors, if the market is better, so you as a companies will be better, customers will learn new stuff, and they will be more pretentious about the goods they're buying. So this will once again, we will increase the quality of our work. So why we don't want to get our market better in different ways? You know, it's not that we are the only ones that can make the market better.
Yeah, that's how I started, that our mentality is like that. Please don't have the collaboration with the neighbors. So it's kind of a mentality we all have here.
But it's changing. Let's say that it's changing.
Younger population is changing that.
Yeah, and we see that a lot of businesses are open now to go to different markets and to learn from those markets, but also bring their knowledge to those markets. We see that a lot in Bulgaria nowadays, because we have, in my opinion, at least 100 leading stores from abroad. Even Sports Vision. You don't know that store?
Okay, Marcel?
Yeah, like Nicola said, make it easier for them. Maybe work on some education. Like if you cannot provide education for sellers, reach to us, to the association, and ask for the help, or send us new leads. They never reached, like we are doing this for 8 years. Nobody reached us and asked how we can help. Also, we have a Croatian Chamber of Commerce who could also help many companies sell online just by sending them the link to our website and free guidelines and stuff like that. And also,
they don't do that.
No.
You had the opportunity this morning to talk with them.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I'll skip this topic.
Okay.
I'll skip this topic. I'll just say that I reached to the Croatian Ministry of Economy once when we launched the portal for online buyers. That is helping them to check if the website is safe. It's a free website that we built in a collaboration with Scam Advisor, and it basically enables anybody to check if the website is safe in like 2 seconds. Because, as I said, most of our retailers are safe, but when there is like Christmas madness, Black Friday and stuff like that, there is a lot of scammy websites that are built just to take your credit card, and that's why people are losing trust. And then you have to, I have to repeat myself every year, but please, people, before you buy anything online, Google the company. If it's a real company, does it have a social proof? Does it have a Trustmark reviews, safe payment methods and stuff like that? So we made a shortcut and provided a portal which can help them find out if something is safe really fast. And I reached out to the Ministry of Economy. I'll tell them, and I told them, please just push this news, you know, make it available to everybody. And they told me, yeah, okay, we need like 6 months to check it out if it's okay. I mean, I don't have 6 months. Black Friday is next month. You know, you have to be agile, fast, flexible. They're not. So I don't know. They should work also, if they want to encourage cross-border, they should maybe encourage increasing trust in those companies, because maybe in Croatia everybody knows what is e-Kupi or I don't know, any other big retailer, but when he starts selling in Poland or Czech, nobody knows. So it has to have some kind of a trust mark, you know. Maybe the government could help build trust like this. I mean, there are so many ways. I would just ask them to start, just to be open, you know, just to say, okay, commerce, it's 2023, maybe commerce in Croatia makes sense, you know, maybe we should do something about it.
Yeah, definitely. Even, do you have any proposition to the government what they should do?
Yeah, I agree with colleagues. The trust is a very big issue, even in Serbia, and cross-border as well. I wanted to emphasize one fact. When Croatia get in the Schengen, a couple of big delivery or the logistics company, it's better to say that, approached to us and in need to talks, cooperation as well. And when we started talking, we actually saw that they are willingly opening the businesses in Serbia. So they are going to see what's going to happen in the region. And now, when the Schengen is actually on our borders, they see a business opportunity. So basically, they are going to, in the couple of years maybe, offer one key solution for our websites in Serbia. To basically, they are going to do any logistics / bureaucracy / customs and even delivery outside of Serbia, which is now a very big problem. So they have a solution for that. And that is additional mind changer for us, but also for the market. It will be changed. And just want to emphasize that it's going to be a big issue in a couple of years. So that, how to say that time spanned between something new in the US or the Western countries are smaller now. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago when something happened in the US, we're going to wait 10 years to come to us, but now that is
trends are coming pretty fast because of social media and all the information that is flying around.
Yeah, but
trends are coming in months.
But I'm going to just emphasize, even in Balkan region, just to emphasize, because we all here are people who are doing that for a long time, doing this for a long time, and myself is in the habit to try that something new. But now we see that a lot of merchants is doing that. So it's not a custom thing that...
Something that we're focusing on, but we're pretty much missing is that, and since this is because we are focusing on the business side of the things, is that probably governments can bring like a education, like a digital education to schools. I'm pretty sure that everywhere this is happening, but not on a level that actually I'm expecting in general, because I have seen that in high school in Bulgaria, they already have classes for e-commerce, digital marketing, stuff like that.
In
high school?
Yeah, in high school. But the thing is that
time.
I bought some of the books that they have. It's not exactly what I was expecting. The level is very low, and I don't know if it's because the way the kids are perceiving the information, or it's just the way that the information that they have. Probably because I'm pretty sure that they didn't go and ask any experts on this, so they just took some information, adapted somehow so it can fit in the book. But this is another area where we can focus our, forces, and we can join with the countries and with the governments and say, okay, these guys will be on the work market in 6-7 years, something like this, and we need this.
We need those people.
We need those people. We need these guys to be aware of what is going on and to have the proper understanding of the business, of the digital field. So why don't you give them some proper education so we don't have to teach them once again? Because usually when people are coming from high school or university, in our businesses, we have to start from the very beginning. Sometimes they know how to use email, and not in a good way. They know some Word and Excel, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay, so we unlocked the synergy between all of you, I can say. I would like to unlock the synergy with the audience. If you have some questions, it would be good time that you interrupt us now. Anyone? They survive, they stay, but they are still sleeping. Okay, then I have, because we have a few more minutes, I have, I have then questions for you. I think Marcel mentioned awards, e-commerce awards. I know that you have awards in Bulgaria and in Serbia. How do you think that educate the customers and the business? If you can tell me more about that.
I can easily answer how it helps the business, because our awards are called the stars of the e-commerce, and we are searching for the stars, and then we are bringing all the good examples from the stars or the best businesses to the attention of everybody else. So usually what we do on our local conference, we gather the jury and they're explaining, okay, during the process of evaluating your stores, we found this and this good thing, so why everybody else is not using these examples in your businesses. We are also putting out the bad things that we found without saying the names of the stores, just not to offend anybody. But how we are educating the customers, what we do is we always have campaigns where the customers are voting for their favorite stores. And in my opinion, this is not exactly education, but by voting and by seeing how the stores are, communicating and related with their audience, we can see that some of them actually, trained. Maybe trained is not the exact word, because we're training animals, but they trained their audiences to react with them, to participate in their business. So this is something good, in my opinion.
Okay, great. Who wants to be next? Marcel, tell us more about awards in Croatia.
Well, awards in Croatia are a little bit different, I suppose, than in Bulgaria, because to be honest, we had one company doing awards before us, so we changed the model, the concept. They used service among web shop customers, and I got an award for the best web shop 6 years in a row. And it was only 2 web shops in the competition, so it was pretty much, not real, And I wanted to do it more realistically. So when we are doing awards, we have a jury, 6 members of jury that have publicly announced the criteria by which they are giving ocjene, grades for every web shop in each category, and then we have one winner in each category. But what's more important is they get a big book full of comments, and they know what to fix, and they are very happy.
They have a consultancy as well. It's not only the award. They
exactly.
Get
that's the main thing.
Review.
We want to help them improve their web shop on every aspect, and also they get to brag about their price if they want to, but that's secondary.
Okay, and of course in Serbia we have to do everything differently.
Yeah.
So even tell us.
Basically, our e-commerce awards are called the Hotspot e-commerce awards, and basically divided on 2 parts. One is the for the public who actually can support, as you said, Nicola, their favorite shops to give grades. And the other part is the jury members. This year we had 8 jury members. It's basically eminent experts from the different how to say, niches, different businesses, from educational, economical, media, payments, and
so the whole digital ecosystem, not
and
only
yes, and the
shops.
government as well. So we kind of make the very good small ecosystem on the jury side. But the point is to have that how to say, vaga
scale.
Balance. Thanks.
Okay, I'm glad I could translate Serbian to English now.
Yes, thank you. Basically, that balance is very important for us. As you know, how much I am a fan of the sheets and the numbers. We provided actually when we pronounced the winners of some category. On the screen, we provided the actually voting from the public side and from the jury, and of course, the total numbers that all participants in that category.
So you cannot buy award. Sorry.
So you cannot buy award. Yeah, that is the main issue: the transparency as well as.
So my shoes are not coming from that money. It's
yeah. So now I understood why I'm seeing so many pictures on LinkedIn with so many awards in Serbia.
We have 20 categories. It's not only the best shop, but we have. Sorry,
I got confused last time when I saw all the pictures from your ceremony. I was like, oh, what is going on? They have so many.
Yeah.
22 categories this year. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's good that we exchange the what we were doing in the past and what can we improve. Definitely, all of us in the future. And
speaking of awards, it might be a time for something new.
Maybe something regional.
Yeah, definitely. Can you tell us more about those regional projects, Ivan, you are working on?
Yeah, currently we have a couple of. We have e-commerce for all. That is GIZ supported the project that was led by e-commerce from Macedonia, and basically it's an informational portal that every business who wants to start e-commerce in SEFTA market can get all the information of any market on the website. And while we are now currently developing our trust mark, not only in Serbia but also the other countries in the SEFTA market, the GIZ proposed something like the regional trust mark could be developed in the future times. So basically, that is the current situation. And
I like to respect the time management, and you know that you got threat by me that I'm going to cut all of you if we miss the timeline. Thank you all for coming. I know it's super difficult to come here after lunch and listen to us, but I may say that those lightning is also super difficult for us to survive. I would conclude that definitely we need something from authorities, but I believe there is much still left we can do together and push from our side that can help that synergy in Adria region, and let's start pushing everybody in order to have a much better environment and bigger environment for all of us. Thank you.
You have excellent panel. Maybe you can make some together photograph.
Yes.
Yep.
Photo.
Thank you.
Maybe some questions. I forgot it. Maybe someone now have question. If, of course. Okay. Excellent, huh? Thank you very much. After coffee break, we have three very interesting cases. Be here at 16:50. Enjoy. Welcome back. We continue with our conference, Adria Summit 2023. Now, Mr. Ivan Tanaskovic, Director of E-Commerce Association of Serbia, will try to explain to us who we are and how we are improving e-commerce market in Serbia. Mr. Ivan, the floor is yours. Yes, mine.
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you guys to be here. I know it's very hard to be separated from the networking part and all the cocktails and wines that provided there, so thanks. Okay, I'm going to try to sum up some projects and what we do in the e-commerce association in Serbia and how we are managing to improve the market. So let me lead through the presentation I made. Little bit about myself. Basically, I'm roughly in 15 years in e-commerce. I gained some valuable experience leading some the leading e-commerce companies in Serbia and out of Serbia as well. And basically, I was involved from 2019 in e-commerce association in Serbia as a board of director. And last year in December, I took the role of the director. So basically, we are going to try to do and push some more, let's say, to push some more of the e-commerce market in Serbia within the team. So basically, who we are with the non-profitable and non-governmental organization of Serbia, we are trying to improve the e-commerce market in Serbia. And I know this stuff is some cliche, but we really work on this hard for 5 years now, and we are trying to secure online trading and to do and to boost regulations and support everyone who is part of it in Serbia. Back maybe 5 or 10 years ago, it's really hard to do that, and a couple of guys from the association who already had their own businesses and who is talking like me for numerous times, finally see the benefits of this, finally see the benefits of the improving the market itself. So basically who we are basically the connector, we are the networking guys who actually had an opportunity to have 120 plus companies who actually gave us our trust to try to find a way to boost it even more. Educator, over the 1,000 people who participate in our educationals and as well as the academy. Maybe roughly 250 companies went through the academy courses. I will tell you a little bit more about the educational part. And the projects who actually define us, it's e-commerce academy and the hotspot e-commerce awards that we mentioned earlier. This clock is going too fast. There. I prepared more stuff. So basically, what we are doing, we are doing the market education throughout our academy. We mentioned earlier it's a VOD platform, video on demand, and basically after 3 years now, we saw that this kind of approach was great in pandemic, but as we talked earlier, the interaction is very needed. So we are going to boost it with the level up, which is another level of the academy, which is going to be offline. We are facilitating the connection with the government as well as the private sector. This is one of the key KPI priorities. Market mapping, this is a project we are now currently doing. We're going to map the value and habits of the market in Serbia. And projects, as we mentioned, the hotspot, the PKS, the caravan, it's a caravan that we are producing with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Serbia. And meetups, the regular 3-hour events in Serbia that we are held in ICT Hub in Belgrade. how did we get here? Basically, we done a numerous surveys with the merchants, with the e-buyers, with every shareholder in those ecosystem of e-commerce. But starting this year, we basically did great surveys, and we filmed those ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to put you to see a couple of two videos, actually, the positive and the negative side of e-commerce on the consumer point of view. So.
Zdravo, ja sam Aleksandra.
Zdravo, ja sam Miloš i zovu me Vrka.
Ja sam Zorana, najčešće me zovu Zone.
Zdravo, ja sam Lukašin. Kod online kupovine najviše volim to što ne moram da čekam u redovima, da se guram za parking i pokužam da idem po tržnim centrima i po prodavnicama i sve je nekako pojednostavljeno.
Mogu cijel asortiman da vidim samo pomoću interneta i telefona.
Što nemam čekanja u redovima i što bez problema u 3 klika kupim šta god želim.
Sve je dostupno na klik.
Godišnje kupujem, da kažemo, nekih 20 do 30 kupovina obavim.
Kupujem otprilike 1 do 2 put mesečno online.
Godišnje online kupujem minimum 20 puta.
Možda čak i previše jer to pretvori nekoliko puta mesečno i onako nakupi se više nego što uživo kupujem.
Kod online kupovina uglavnom plaćam karticom.
Da, plaćam karticom, ali plaćam i kešom. Kad god nešto treba mojim ukućanima, ja ostavim keš da bi oni uzeli proizvod. Isporukom sam generalno zadovoljna, ali dešava se zbog nepoklapanja realnog stanja i stanja na sajtu da se oduži isporuka, pa mi to ne odgovara nekad.
Ključevi sada sviđaš određene online prodavnice, imaju i mogućnost preuzimanja robe na paketomatima.
Online kupovinu najčešće obavljam preko telefona, jer većinu stvari mogu 2 klika da kupim na telefonu, tako da je mnogo jednostavniji proces.
Definitivno preko računara. Zbog preglednosti same, jer imam mogućnost da imam više proizvoda i više onoga što me zanima na sajtu.
Online uglavnom kupujem tehniku, na primjer posljednje što sam kupila bio je računar.
Šminku, odnosno kozmetiku, kada je na popustu, pošto je mnogo jeftinije nego u prodavnicama.
Odeću i tehniku, uz to da mi se često desi da neka kupim totalno nasumične stvari, kao što je na primjer bela tabla za pisanje, koji dan danas ne znam šta će mi, ali eto.
Okay, this was a positive side. So basically, we gathered a couple of younger generation who actually purchase a lot in Serbia and try to get them talking about the positive and negative sides. This is a negative side.
Kod online kupovine ne volim to što stanje na sajtovima se ne slaže sa realnim stanjem kod dobavljača i što se nekada oduži isporuka samog proizvoda.
Što ne mogu da ubodem pravu veličinu za sebe, pošto sam problematična sa brojevima, visinom, težinom i svim redom, tako da tu je problematika.
Često roba mnogo kasni ili samo jednostavno ne dođe u nekim trenucima ili se otkaže nakon 5 dana od poručivanja.
Online trgovinu u Srbiji bih ocenila 8. Prostor za napredak je u polju dostave, znači u samoj brzini dostave paketa, u odabiru kurira, u odabiru paketomata, paket zona, možda proširenje paket zona po gradu na više lokacija.
7. Zato što smatram da tu postoji mnogo stvari koje mogu da se promene. Konkretno, mislim da bi ljudi trebalo više da veruju svojim bankama i da koriste kartice, zato što je tako mnogo lakše.
Prostor za unapređenje online trgovine smatram najviše leži u dostavi i u proširenoj ponudi i asortimanu.
Yeah, maybe from my perspective view or you guys who are actually in the e-commerce is some logical stuff they said, but this approach gave us very good feedback from the merchants. They actually want to see somebody neutral to set this. This is another one of the projects that is great potential. It's a caravan doing with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Serbia. It's focused on the SMEs, and basically we are running around across the Serbia with a couple of guys from Ananas and MTS Telecom who supported us on this project. And this is this is a goal that we are going to try to reach 15 cities by the end of this year. So far we did 5 cities, and we are on track, as you said. That picture is from Zrenjanin, our first caravan mission, and basically you get very good stuff from the small companies, family companies who actually want to sell online. For example, want to sell on Shopster, want to sell on Ananas, and basically they don't know how. Even though they have all the information on their sites, but they never, how do you say, nobody is reading anything. So, sorry?
I have a question.
Please?
Why is it called caravan?
Caravan, it's a kind of thing that you go from town to town.
So it's caravan in Bulgaria as well. So, but it's like what you do.
We are
not doing it with caravan, but it's just the same.
Just the saying.
Yeah, that it goes to the
yes, just going. It's a small, let's say, 3-hour education for the small companies, and the caravan is just because we are changing cities every now and then. About the education, we touched this topic in our panel discussion, but so far we had a basic video-on-demand education in Serbia, but now we are going to do the level up. And these pictures are actually from our meetups, who actually gave us that opportunity to think even wider. So you, Marcel, provide us with very good information from your perspective as you are doing this offline sessions so far. So it's very valuable for us as well. So basically, this is the numbers of academy that we are reaching now. This is only the online courses, and as I said, we boosted up in the pandemic, and everybody, the consumers as well of the companies showed very good interest in this. This is one interview that we had about Shopster with Shopster and Ananas SEOs. So basically, I want to boost this, and with the information that Serbia market 2 years ago didn't have any marketplaces at all. Now we have 5. So as previous conversation, we are a very small country comparing to the bigger markets of EU, but we are preparing for that cross-border, EU, whatever. So we're getting a couple of huge companies, let's call it like that, who are basically trying to get it into commerce. So I prepared a short 3 minutes video for this.
Krenuli smo krajem 2018. godine kao nova Greenfield investicija United grupe. Doneli smo odluku da zasučemo rukave, da formiramo novo tržište i da lansiramo novi biznis. Razvoj u e-commerce je never ending proces, to je naša svakodnevnica.
Platforma je pripremana, možemo reći, godinu dana pre lansiranja, a kao i u svakom tehnološkom projektu, razvoj nikada nije završen.
Svi kupuju na Shopsteru, podjednako muškarci i žene, svih godišta i svih gradova. Uspeli smo za 2 godine da privučemo celu Srbiju. U 2022. smo obradili i isporučili preko 250.000 ordera.
Možemo slobodno reći od ratara iz Atara Vojvodine pa do cool ekipe iz blokova ili kruga dvojke.
Shopster je postao one-stop shop destinacija i za svoje kupce i za partnere. Naši partneri biraju koji će biznis i logistički model da koriste na Shopsteru. I baš zato na Shopsteru prodaju i trgovci, i distributeri, i proizvođači. Danas sarađujemo sa nešto više od 500 partnera i taj broj raste na dnevnom nivou.
Imamo trgovaca od 3 pa do 3000 zaposlenih, tako da definitivno već sada možemo reći da na Ananasu prodaju svi. Ali svakako tu nećemo stati, mislim, nastavljamo dalje da akviziramo, a što se podrške tiče, ona je razna. Znači, od svih alata koje bi inače očekivali, mi preko toga nudimo i trenutno besplatno skladištenja robe u našem magazinu, pakovanje i isporuku, tako da u mnogome olakšavamo velike probleme tim trgovcima. Ono što je najbitnije što im nudimo jeste najveću posetu u Srbiji. Već u prvoj godini poslovanja smo stigli do toga da možemo da kažemo da smo dostigli da u jednom danu 100.000 ljudi je bilo na našem sajtu, što je zaista impresivno.
Mi nudimo na jednom mestu više od 180.000 proizvoda. Vrednostno najviše prodajemo belu tehniku, male kućne aparate i alate, a količinski hranu, piće, beauty segment, home living, kids, fashion i ostale povezane kategorije.
Kao i u većini, verujem, e-commerce sajtova u Srbiji, dominantna je i dalje tehnika, ali svakako vidimo veliki progres i sve veće učešće i drugih kategorija, poput uradi sam, kategorije oprema za decu, bebe, ali sve više i sve vezano za kućne ljubimce.
Koristimo sve tačke komunikacije za edukaciju tržišta, naših postojećih i potencijalnih kupaca kao i partnera. Svaki naš sastanak je i edukacija. Koristimo komunikaciju kroz kontakt centar da edukujemo kupce, takođe back office da edukujemo naše partnere. Edukujemo i kroz Shopster TV kanal, takođe kroz naše social profile i kroz samu platformu. Naš tim živi e-commerce svaki dan i tokom i van radnog vremena. Edukujemo naše prijatelje, edukujemo porodicu, komšiluk, celokupno naše okruženje. Naša obaveza i odgovornost kao lidera na tržištu jeste da edukujemo.
I ja lično i ceo Ananas čvrsto verujemo da je najbolja edukacija sjajno iskustvo. Svojim Net Promoter Scoreom od preko 90 u toku čitave prošle godine to i potvrđujemo. Videli smo primere da kad prvi put se desi kupovina u nekom selu, vrlo brzo i komšije i druge ulice i čitavo selo počne da kupuje na Ananasu. S druge strane, što se tiče trgovaca, mi smo već krenuli u jednu kampanju preko cele Srbije gde posećujemo gradove, držimo edukacije na temu internet trgovine, prodaje online i verujemo da to ne samo da će dovesti mnoge trgovce po prvi put u online svet, već će stvoriti i nove biznis prilike. Mi smo sve olakšali, dovodimo kupce, dajemo last mile, odnosno isporuku i skladištenje, vaše je samo da prodajete.
Thanks, guys, to watch this. Basically, I wanted to emphasize that those two companies are actually doing the great thing with the education of the market. So basically, they are doing with us in cooperation with the academy. This is one of the additional program. Yes, I know. I will try to make it faster. I'm going to tip your time. Let's talk e-com. This is a project with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Serbia. We're making a one-day panel discussion of 4 or 5 topics. Great example of cooperation with the government institutions. And I'm going to finish soon. This is a Hotspot Awards, just to give you a glimpse of how we did that. 100 plus nominees by the 100 companies in the 2 categories. I have another movie. Can you believe it? This is a short one. This was in January this year, so it's fresh one. To set time, so I'm going to talk by you can look at it. This is one great example that we also get support from the Ministry of Trading in Serbia, and this kind of support boosted our, not even the events, but PR and everything else. So it was a great reception, and we got a lot of support for the key players and key decision makers in Serbian market. We made a sketch with the delivery guys, so they were very happy to see that we emphasize their everyday problems in the delivery part. So it was very funny, actually. And to sum up, our projects for this year is the market mapping, try to map the results from the market and value of it. E-commerce conference, we are going soon
to announce our e-commerce academy, conference. Marcel, you how to say pratikosinas? How to say that on? You announced it first, so from Croatia as well. Academy I mentioned, and Trustmark in Serbia we are going to launch in 2 months period. Couple of takeaways. This short one: networking is a key. We are going to make a lot of offline, as you said, Marcel, is very important, and our members seek of it. So the education is as a driver and an enable very, very important. Market mapping is essential. We are having a lot. We don't have a lot of that stuff in Serbia, and increasing trust in e-commerce. So thank you. Sorry to take you 4.5 minutes on your time. Thank you very much. There is no time.
Mine were more lingual questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We continue in the same tone. This time on the podium we'll be joined by Marcel Majsan, President of Croatian E-Commerce Association, who will talk about e-commerce marketing in Croatia.
Thank you, sir. Hello, people. Nice to see you in such great numbers. Nice to see so many great faces. And thank you, Nikola, for making me try my English, to practice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyway. We can try that. Anyway, 8 years ago, this day, 4th of May, e-commerce Croatia was founded. Not founded, but announced on OMG Commerce. Also, today is my son's birthday. That's how I know it. Anyway, 8 years have passed, and we did a bit of researches. We gathered like 2,000 members, had like 100 events, and now I will talk to you about what are the key takeaways from what we learned. So, today, before we begin the presentation, let's look at Croatia. Let's look at the facts and numbers. So, as you know, Croatia is a small country, 4 million population, but as you can see here, we have a very high percentage of e-shoppers. According to this research, it's 71%. When we made our research, what's even more interesting is that 25% of them are buying a few times a week. So people who are buying online, they're buying very regularly. This is good to know. If you look at e-commerce turnover, according to Statista, we see that this number is 1.4 billion euros. But to be honest, I don't know if I can trust this number, because I don't know where do they get these numbers. So I asked ChatGPT, how do you get your statistics? And he says Statista gathers its data from a variety of sources, such as public records. For a fact, I know there is no public record of e-commerce revenue in Croatia. Government agencies, you can forget about that. Surveys, maybe somebody made a survey, I don't know. And market research firms, okay, there is a few researches made by our competition, and yeah, they probably have some data, but to be honest, we didn't give them any data, so I don't know. That's why we decided to make our own research. And what we did is we used our customer base. We used our members and we asked them a few questions. To be exact, 20 questions, which gave us a lot of information about what they are selling, how they are selling, which companies they are using for logistics, payments, stuff like that. How much do they invest in marketing, in which channels, what are their biggest problems and stuff like that. Also, we asked customers, like 3,431 customers, how they buy online. So what I'm going to do today here is compare this data. So maybe we can see some opportunities that we are missing. What's a fun fact here is we made a similar survey 6 years ago on a sample of 150 retailers, and almost half of them had less than 40,000 euros annual turnover over the internet. This is e-commerce revenue, which is really nothing. Now you're going to find out if anything has changed in the past 6 years. Okay, first thing that we need to clarify is how many web shops are selling cross-border. This is the topic we covered on the panel, and I have to clarify this. 50% of them claim to have cross-border sales. That doesn't mean that 50% of the e-commerce revenue is cross-border. They just are open to deliveries outside Croatia. Also, 20% of them are thinking about starting to selling cross-border, but 30% of them are still saying no, we don't want to do that because shipping cost is too high. Like the most of them have this problem. Then they say, we are not ready, okay, competition is too high on other markets, and or the law doesn't allow cross-border sale of my products. It's interesting, nobody mentioned that it's costly to make translations, and digital marketing is also more expensive, but they probably still don't know that. So the number one issue is logistics. The next question for them was, do you have a brick and mortar store? And as you can see, almost 50% of all the respondents said that they have a brick and mortar store. And to be honest, this is not surprising because Croatians are among the top countries in Europe based on the ROPO effect. You know what ROPO effect is? Research of online, purchase offline. So Croatians like to go to the website, they want to get the information, then they go to store and buy things offline. The most popular categories, not surprising at all. The top 3 categories are household items, electronic devices, and beauty and care. And clothes and shoes, but we see a lot of something else, which is mostly jewelry and fashion items, which we forgot to list here in the research. Let's compare that to the customer data. When you ask them what they buy online, the top 3 categories remain the same, but in the different order. So the most popular category is clothing and shoes. And do you know why? Does anybody know why most people are buying clothing and shoes online? Why? Sorry? They are cheaper. Okay, could be. You can find good discounts, stuff like that. But also in Croatia, for the last few years, we had a few big companies entering the market, like About You, Zalando, ASOS, and they actually, what they did, except for the aggressive marketing, they offered what? Free returns, free shipping, free returns, which nobody from the local companies can afford to do, right? I mean, to be honest, I don't believe that they can afford it as well, but they are doing this so they can enter the market, so they can educate the market, so they can get new customers and stuff like that. In fact, I saw that ASOS or About You actually canceled this. Now they have a minimum order. How do you say? Minimum order requirement. Yeah, value. So basically, what they did is they spoiled our customers, but also they increased trust in e-commerce. So we can thank them. As for the rest of the categories, the biggest winner of pandemic was, of course, food products, which was not selling so much before that. But to be honest, only one store in Croatia managed to do that successfully. And you know why is that? Yes, also logistics is the biggest issue in delivering food products. It's not only because we live in a banana country, banana-shaped country, otherwise we are great, but it's because you have to have special requirements when you are delivering such products. Also, of course, not surprising, it increased the sales of video games and gaming equipment, but you can see here all these categories together make less than 3% of all the online purchases still. We asked the respondents, the retailers, how much do they charge for the delivery? And as you can see here, only 10% of respondents offer free delivery, while almost 36% charge over €4 for delivery. We are talking about products, small packages, like up to 2 kilos. And you know why that is a problem? Because of this. When you ask the buyers what is the acceptable delivery price for them, only 1% of them will tell you that they will consider shopping online if the delivery is more than €4 for small packages. And you can see that almost 30% of them tell you that they will buy only if the delivery is free. Of course, you cannot offer them free delivery. I mean, most of us cannot offer them. But what we can do is offer a minimum order requirement. So we basically always recommend to our sellers that they should not try to earn money on delivery costs, but they should include this in their profit margin. So it's better to have higher prices than high costs of delivery. We asked them, which methods of delivery do you offer? And of course, home delivery is still the most popular method in the sector of, from the side of e-retailers. But we can see a few new methods of delivery since 2017, and this is pickup points and parcel boxes. My opinion is that parcel boxes could become more popular in the future, if nothing else, because it's a lot cheaper for retailers than home delivery. But if you ask the buyers, again, you can see that they still prefer home delivery, and only 3% of them want pickup at a parcel box or pickup point. And you know why is that? Because retailers are not giving any incentives. So I'm giving you two options. You can pay for delivery 4 or 5 euros, and you can choose between delivery at home or delivery at parcel box. Why would I choose to pick up my goods? Of course, if I don't have any other reasons, if the delivery cost is the same. So offer me lower cost for this. Also, when more retailers include pick up at parcel machines, this way of delivery will be more popular, and of course it will be more available for the buyers. Now, to the interesting facts. Which methods of payment do they offer? Most of them offer standard methods of payment like bank transfer card, PayPal, cash on delivery, but we can see new methods since the last survey, and this is KexPay, which is an online wallet, Paysec, which is a crypto wallet, and LeanPay, buy now, pay later. I think buy now, pay later will be, could be, I'm not sure, but could be the method that could change the cash on delivery in the future, at least in the Balkan, because we have a lot of cash on delivery, although most of buyers will tell you that they prefer to buy with cards. So if you ask them, almost 50% of them will tell you that they prefer card payment. But they are lying, because when we ask retailers, they tell us that more than 50% of all their orders are cash on delivery. So we wanted to know why. Why is that so? And we asked them, so why don't you pay with card if you want to pay with card? And they told us 61% of them, of online buyers, tell us that they are scared their data will be stolen. So this is really, really concerning that they are still having so much lack of trust in online stores. But what can you do to improve that trust? Of course, you can certify your web shop. This is one method that I was not sure how important it was until we asked the buyers. And when we saw that 60% of them told us that they will not buy anything from a new store unless it has some kind of a trust mark or reviews. So reviews are really important. Yes, Nicola?
I have a question. Do you you open the package before you pay the amount for the package itself.
Yeah, this should work like that, but we have the guys from logistics in the back, so let's hear it. Do we have these options? No, we don't.
So because in Bulgaria we have it, and trust me, this is increasing the cash on delivery because people are able to pay the delivery cost, so which is like 3-4 euros, something like this, and then you can open the package and you can be sure that whatever you order is actually in the box. This is why I was surprised to see that this thing is missing in your presentation on the previous slide, because
we don't have it. Yes. Also, what could help lower the cash on delivery is if the logistic companies would carry POS, how do you say? POS terminals with them. But I don't know why they are not doing this. Mate, do you know? Yes.
Responsible for the content of the parcels. So it's up to carriers, DPD, GLS, and so on. They don't control that.
Yeah, of course. Ivan.
Just to add something in Serbia, the Daily Express, the D-Express, just a couple of months back, they actually implemented that. And they are not using, so basically the couriers are already equipped with... Sorry, the couriers in Serbia, they already have, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 devices. So basically they are not able to carry another one. But they actually managed to boost the software to make soft POS and with deep link technology and make their PDAs devices like you can pay with cards. The one obstacle there, you can only pay with the cards with the, how do you say that, cash, credit cards with, kad pipneš samo onaj POS aparat. Ne. Wireless, yes. You cannot pay with the cards with the chip. There is no where to put it. Yeah, so.
Yeah, but I think all the new cards, like from the last 5 years, have Wi-Fi, so that's not an excuse. Yeah, okay, cool.
We have a national card sheet called Dina card,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have that. So.
Okay. Interesting.
Most of the guys which are stealing debit and credit cards around the world are Serbian and Bulgarians. And this is the reason.
So you're the problem.
we know how to steal, other information.
Yeah, guys, this is becoming really fun, but my time is running out. So we have to continue. Also, like I told you before, when you ask the buyers, almost 60%, 60% of them will tell you that they will not buy if they don't see a Trustmark or positive review. Of course, 1/3 of them will tell you if you don't offer the preferred payment method, which is also kind of makes sense, because when I don't want to pay with card, I want to use PayPal. If you don't offer PayPal, I will buy it somewhere else. So I always encourage our retailers to offer as much ways of payments as possible. And now we are going to conclude this. When we ask them for methods of advertising, this is only one question from the survey. We have a separate survey where we analyzed all the channels of advertising. We see no surprises here, because most of them are using Facebook, Instagram, and Google, and also newsletter. But in comparison to 2017, we have a big increase of popularity of affiliate marketing, which is actually a no-brainer for me, because you don't have to pay anything until you sell something. So we had one presentation of affiliate marketing. I remember when we founded the association, the guy from Romania came, but nobody knew what he was talking about. For the last 2 years, we have 2 big companies in Croatia that are competing for the clients, so it's becoming more popular. And at the end, we asked them which platform does your webshop use. The most popular web platform is, like I suppose anywhere in the world, WooCommerce. Maybe in USA, Shopify more popular, but this is also not a surprise, because it's really available to everybody, and you can easily switch developers if you don't like the guys you're working with. When you are using a custom solution, you don't have such an option. And we saw the big decrease of popularity of Magento platform, which became too expensive for most of the sellers. Local SaaS platforms, we have a few of them, but not too popular, you know. Not too strong, yeah. So most of people are still that want to use SaaS, they use Shopify, you know, but not so many players using it because we have the data of all the merchants that are our members, which platform they are using. So I can see that not a lot of them are using this. We see a lot of them using custom solutions, but that is only because we have a few big companies doing e-commerce development and they use their own solution, so they don't have a choice. If you want to build a big web shop, you are forced to use custom platform. And the fun fact at the end, to see if we have improved somehow from 2017, as if you remember from the beginning of the slide, from the beginning of the presentations, we saw the fact that almost 50% of all respondents had revenues less than 40,000 euros. This year, only 37% of them have these small amounts, and also we see that 23% of respondents have more than 500,000 euros online. For comparison, in 2017, there were only 14% of them. So we can conclude that e-commerce in Croatia is rising. And to conclude, the biggest problem for e-commerce in Croatia is the same like in whole Balkans, lack of trust. So a lot of cash on delivery payments, and I don't know, are not so many pure e-commerce players. We have a few marketplaces, and all the other big e-commerce players are actually brick and mortar stores that have already a big awareness on the market. And that's all, folks. If you have any questions. Oh yeah, one more thing. Sorry, one more thing. Just to announce our conference. We have a conference in September. You are all welcome to join. It will be on the Faculty of Economics in Zagreb, and we are expecting 500 people. So a little bit more than today. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Some questions?
Can we have some sort of discount for the conference?
No. I mean, they can, you can. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again. We are going on. Yeah. What exactly is a web shop and how much do we know about it? More about business processes automation and what does he means when he says that the web shop is not just a picture, a price and shopping cart will explain to us Mr. Domagoj Ostović, CEO and founder of Lloyds Digital. The podium is yours. And microphone.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hello to everybody. My name is Domagoj. And I will talk about business process automatization and how we do this in our company. Just a little bit about myself and the company. I am the CEO of Lloyds Digital. We are transforming business needs and clients' needs to digital products. So we are one of the guys from Marcel's presentations that are doing custom e-commerce, not WooCommerce, not Shopify, not Magento, only custom stuff. We were one of the top 10 B2B companies in Croatia last year in Clutch reviews. I will not talk about this, but yeah, we do custom software, mobile apps, and e-commerce. This is basically it. And let's write. So every web shop that you can see has a picture, has a price, and has a shopping cart. This is basically known to everybody. We all know that. But what when there are some third-party softwares to connect? And we in Lloyds love to do that. We think that we are experts in that. So the more third-party softwares to connect, the better for us. So this is where the game starts, and all we need is APIs. So I see that some of you in the audience are doing like this. So I thought that maybe in the audience there will be more people. So I will talk a little bit technical, but maybe you can just read. So what is API? API is some kind of code that connects one software to other software, so they can talk to each other. We had a lot of experience when we come in big companies and big systems, and then we ask them, do you have any softwares? And they say, we have warehouse management, ERPs, finances. And then we ask them for APIs, and then they have XML. And then we are very sad. But in one project, we managed even to do something with XML. But if it can be, every day we would choose JSON for APIs. So why BPA, or business process automatization, from our experience in Lloyd's? So it's absolutely necessary, if possible. Increase efficiency, improve data accuracy, enhance flexibility, better customer experience, cost savings, and make data decision-making possible. So, sorry, if I will speak maybe in the future, on some other conferences, or if I will have the opportunity, I would definitely talk about data decision in e-commerce. I think that's something that needs to be addressed, and it's a really interesting subject, especially with all this AI taking place. So I think from my experience that, I don't know which percentage, but I would say low people are not using decision based on data, and they should, and if they have had data, it would be possible for them. So I just made a little chart or mind board. So we have a shop, then we have something that we in Lloyd's called middleware. Middleware is also a word that you can find in hardware, but we call it middleware or middle CMS. We in Lloyd's do it in PHP, and we do it on Laravel framework. So this is our technology. In front end, we use React, Next or Nuxt, React or Vue, with TypeScript, of course. And then when you build this kind of middleware, then you connect to, let's say, payment systems, delivery services, ERP systems, analytics systems, marketing tools, and even CRM systems. So basically, there is no company that doesn't have any third-party software on which we can integrate. Let's say that they have Pantheon or Opera for invoicing or for financing, and then we want to, when order is made, we want to send this data to the ERP or to the financing system to make invoice automatically, if it's possible. Sometimes it is, sometimes it is not. One of the, I would say, biggest and let's say it's very easy, but it's very valuable to the clients on the front end. From my experiences, when you can connect warehouse management, so the customer can see in the front end availability of the product. If he clicks 3 products, and we know through APIs that there are only, he wants 4, and we know that there are only 3 it would be very valuable and good user experience for the end user. These are some of the clients that we did business process automatization, and that we connect our middleware to their ERPs or third-party softwares and everything. So, yeah. And I'm so fast with my presentation, so I have 7 minutes left. And yeah, for any questions, if you would like to chat more, let's meet and share experience in these subjects here in Adria Summit. And we are also looking for partners. Partners means that we like to be there for you in the upcoming years. So not just build something and then leave. With all these companies, we are doing business more with every one of them for more than 3 years. So yeah, and we are a 10-year-old company from Istria, from Labin. Okay, what else do I have here? Yeah, this is how we can help you if you want. And yeah, let's kick off your project. Thank you very much. This was it. So now we have 5 minutes for questions. Question. Yeah.
No, just pretty quick one. I'm pretty sure that they can hear me. First of all, not exactly focusing the integrations, but why, in your opinion, there is no such a strong SaaS platform that I already asked? Actually, let me put another question first. How about you thinking about making a SaaS? Have you ever think of turning your platform? Because I'm pretty sure that you are using pretty much the same thing for each of your customers with some additional things. But why don't turn your platform into a SaaS platform?
Great question. I was dreaming about it once in a dream that we have it. And I even had a name for it, but I don't know, Marcel, if you would agree, is Bazaar HR, is this a SaaS platform? No, I don't think so. Where other vendors can go in, log in, put their products, and they sell it for them? No. This is a marketplace. Why don't we have alternatives to Shopify? Oh, alternatives to Shop. Oh, SaaS products like Shopify. Yeah. From my point of view, that would need like a lot of people to build that. I don't know. I think that we as a company, we are not ready for that kind of stuff. That's going into the completely different area. We are a project-oriented company. We do projects, and SaaS. If we build SaaS like Shopify, that's a product. And I think that from my experience, products are completely different mindset, completely different logic, completely different people. So basically, yeah, the question is, the answer would be, I think it's very hard. And why do we don't have them? I don't know. Nobody. Yeah, maybe Marcel can say something about this.
I mean, my opinion is why do a local SaaS platform when you have Shopify? Shopify is a very good platform and cheaper than anything that could be. It's not localized, but what does that mean actually? You know, that you can have, like we have a SaaS platform, it's called BZB Shop, and they have their own payment system. And this is basically the only advantage you have.
That's why I asked him, because for them it would be very easy to make like a basic version of what they're offering.
No, I don't say that it's not easy to make it. The problem is it's hard to sell it. Why should I pay like 200 euros per month or more when Shopify is doing all the same for 30 euros?
Because he will provide perfect integrations with you shipments or whatever courier companies, with a few payment providers, with a few, any kind of solutions that you need
We already have all of that.
Yeah.
Built
I'm
inside.
pretty sure, because once
Very
you already
robust.
have it, so turning it into a SaaS platform, in my opinion, is very easy for you.
I think it's not.
Look, we don't have to keep the team.
Yeah. I really think it's very hard. You think it's very easy. I think it's very hard.
From technical point of view,
From
will be
not
easy, then selling it, keeping it running, up and running, keeping it with a good, how it's called, name, you know, for a long run. This is the hard part. So yeah, I understood your answer. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You almost committed to suicide, and then you will switch to logistics. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, and that's all for today. See you tomorrow at the same place. Thank you.
Eat and drink.